Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Monday, March the 22nd. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. And a couple of yeses. I got it. Okay, guys, so you can hear me and you can see my screen. And as I posted, I am short that TBA. That is from Real Scan, little pre-market action. Working not too badly. Got in at around 1190, and it's right now 1170. I could get out. So a little bit of pre-market stuff for me this morning. So there is stuff happening. SPRT, as some of you have been talking about, SPRT. So merger to take, I guess it's a crypto play, Greenbridge Public. I don't think SPRT was really a SPAC. So anyway, that is the news for SPRT taking Greenbridge, a crypto play, public. And before we keep going, though, so you know, for those of you who don't seem to receive the trade of the week is Macy's M, considered live at 1893, so it's a little bit underneath that right now. The stop is the rising 10 SMA on the daily chart. How you trade it will be up to you, of course, if you trade it at all. And again, that's Macy's, considered live at 1893. SNCA. Let's see, is it holding its gap? Sort of. I mean, it got as high as 239. It's down to 212 right now. Don't see any specific news for it. Hey, by the way, before I forget, the promo code SHAMROCK for 20% off. I thought it was going to expire last night at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. It appears to still be working, so if you missed out, I'm just going to pop that code in again. That'll get you 20% off. MRKR. Is this holding the gap? Not too bad. Not too bad. Got up to $3 or so. It is holding the gap. I can't see any specific news on it. Had a big day on Friday. Yeah, big merger news. Canadian Pacific, big railway in Canada, buying KSU. Kansas Southern, I think it's called. Kansas Southern, KSU. I can't believe these railways. I mean, look where this one came. $93. I mean, it's 2019. Let's see, the beginning of 2019, this was a $93 stock. $259 now after that merger. I think if you upgrade, you can get the 20%, Cordelia. I don't get too involved in the accounting-ish side of it, so I'm not 100% sure. But I think if you upgrade, you'll get 20%. SESN. A gap. Look at that, though. It's really pulled back. It was up to $4, down to $3.39. Some kind of an entry into the China market. Anybody in YouTube? I just want to make sure following me there also, or can you hear me? I just want to make sure you guys can hear me in YouTube. Usually I get the odd post saying hello. I don't see it. I know we had some issues last week. Following the NFTs, TKAT. TKAT is a gap down. Wow, look at TBA. All right. Nice start for me anyway. It's good in YouTube. Thank you, Dreamer. And I was going to mention, the reason why TBA was up, now it's turning into a nice short for me this morning. Merger with Iron Source / Calypso. So this is a SPAC, and that was the news this morning. Iron Source announces combination, and also to buy online Calypso. I don't know if these two guys are the same, but regardless of whatever it is, Nice little short for me this morning at 11.90. Okay, thank you, Tricos. Thank you. RLX. So this one is really getting hit hard. This is one of those, I think, e-cig plays, and in China. This is a China company, but the news out of China may be putting some restrictions for e-cigs. So this has put a real damper on this company right here, RLX. Now that may be an overreaction, I don't know. It's had a bit of a bounce, 11.35. It bounced all the way back up to 13.50. Acer, ACER. What are you doing right now? ACER. Another one that gapped way up, 457. It's pulled right back down to 4. So when I first saw this, I did not see the news, but I guess they signed some kind of a collaboration and licensing agreement with, and I can't see the end of this headline, with Relief Therapeutics. So that was the news for Acer. Yeah, this is the scan. Cam, this is the scam. This is the scan cam, and JJ also. It's real scan, okay? And when the market opens, it's up to you if you want to add in the relative volume, okay? His scan has the relative volume at 1. Of course, you have to remove it if you want to see any alerts in the pre-market, so you can always add it back in, the relative volume at 1. TKC, some news out of Turkey. TKC, lira is getting pounded. What did they do? They fired a central bank governor, so this is really, look at this, down 15%. TKC. CETX. Are you still up? Yeah, let's see. What is the news on this one? I don't see any specific news on CETX. ODT. Hopefully nobody was in this one, holding this one. ODT. Big gap down. Look at this. Oh, man. I didn't realize it was that much. 74% down, $14. ODT, the news, they're stopping their drug trial, which is never good news. This may be a one-drug wonder, so I don't know what else they have in their pipeline, but what a massive, look at this, 74%, down 74%. Hopefully nobody was in this one. DADA, D-A-D-A. D-A-D-A, is it holding the gap? Well, it's dropping a little bit. $800 million investment by JD.com, JD. So that is the big news for DADA, D-A-D-A. Yeah, I actually looked at SPRT, real. No shorts for that one, but I guess you didn't short TBA. I shorted TBA from your scan. And DYAI. DYAI. Are you still up? Look at that. Another one. 1073 all the way back down. I didn't actually see it come up on your scan, but DYAI, and I think there was some news. Yeah, so this was a COVID play. This was a or it still is a virus play, but that's a big pullback from the highs here. Yeah, TBA was really nice. I mean, well, you know me real. I don't like that whole number. I know. You say it doesn't matter, but until it gets proven to me that I'm wrong more than I don't want to say right, but my instincts on the whole numbers, I'm going to keep doing what I'm doing. So anyway, I looked at that, $12. It just stalled right there. And you know, there is the ADMA also, so that helped. I've covered most of it now, guys. And I have one other one that I was looking at. Oh, I saw this BCRX early. That was another one that came, but I just couldn't see an entry other than trying to sort of guess. BCRX, so big gap up, had some news, but pulled right back down. I mean, look at this. Yeah, well, the news is on TKC. Yeah, I mean, it's all to do with the Turkish government firing a central bank governor over the weekend. That's TKC. Trade of the week, Paula, is Macy's. M. Yeah, Macy's is the trade of the week. Now, how you trade it is up to you. All right, I'm just relaying what it is. The suggested entry is 1893. See what it is at right now. Suggested entry is 1893. And the stop would be the rising 10 SMA, I guess. Yeah, the rising 10 SMA on the daily chart. How you trade it is up to you. I'm not just talking to you guys specifically. Also above the 15.8. You know, you have to. I mean, just check. Look at the scan. Look at the filters that are in place. All right, guys. It is 9:16, so I'm just going to do a quick look to see or check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning. And not too many of each, so I'm going to get them in right now. This is from briefing.com. Just a few more upgrades to go. Interesting that JP Morgan is upgrading KSU, but they're being bought by Canadian Pacific. One of the two national railways in Canada. All right, there are the upgrades. I'll get the downgrades in now. Oops. Just a few more to go on the downgrades. All right, there you have some of the upgrades and some of the downgrades this morning from briefing.com. Welcome, Rob. Good morning. Welcome to the room. And Andy, welcome. Just waiting for this market to open. And again, if you want to follow my watch list up and down right here, and the repeating from the toolbar, click on New, Channel Bar, and then my watch list right there. Remember, everything in here is a layout. So before you do that, make sure you do save your layout to the cloud. You can only have one layout loaded at a time. And this will be my watch list. Nothing will happen in these two windows until at least 9:45. That's on purpose. I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. Pre-market notwithstanding, obviously I did take that pre-market trade on the short of, wow, it's turning up just to be excellent. Thank you, Mr. Real, on that scan. TBA, nice Great little short from just underneath 12 for me, 11.90. Nice way to start the week. Yeah, he's just kidding, Brett. He's just being a smart A, okay? As we know, I do not recommend anything. We talk about ideas. If you want to trade them, it's up to you. I don't recommend anything. All right, how's that data doing right now? Is it still holding, or is it? This could be really interesting all day. Let's take a look to see what sort of resistance there is. So 33.59 right now. Next high looking left, 34.43. So it may get stuck there. What did it get up to this morning? Got up to 35.05, which is right just a little bit above that. So it's a big $800 million infusion from JD.com. All right, let's keep an eye on that one then. Now, I know a lot of you are following GME. Okay, I will only mention it. Up to you what you do with it. So it's now popping over 200. Okay, James, well, I hope. Well, it's not my trade of the week. Okay, that's just the. So the question was, why is Macy's my trade of the week? Well, it's not mine. It's Trade Ideas. One of our traders, he comes up with a trade of the week every Monday morning. If you didn't get the email, sign up for it. It's all laid out there. James, did you take a look at the 20 short lessons over the weekend? Okay, this one is still alive here. This SLGG, I mean, it's just up a little bit, but it's had a big run. Of course, the gaming stock or gaming sector, SLGG. Let's see, what is ODT? Wow, this is still getting, so there's no bounce yet for ODT. Still down 73%. Wow, I mean, stopping a drug trial. Must be their only drug. I shouldn't say that. They may have others, but obviously this has got to be their main focus. So stopping their drug trial. Devastating if you had it. Well, I mean, with the SPRT, you just got to wait for the market to open, see what happens. It's not shortable for me, Interactive Brokers. I was actually looking at this one as a potential short this morning, but it's not shortable for me. And so, obviously, if it can take out the high right there, 9, it might still have a run in it. Just give me a moment, please. What, SPRT? Are you sure? I mean, I'm not saying, I don't mean, it doesn't have the big red dot, but it has the faded green dot, which means they'd have to do a locate. And that's for that's what I'm seeing for Interactive Brokers. All right, guys, give me one moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. A Canadian minute. All right, we have about 2 more minutes, 2 minutes, 15 seconds before the market opens. So I'm going to get rid of these two and get ready for the open. Wow, that TBA is just a great start for me anyway in the week. Took some out right around that 1150 mark. This is starting to come back also. I don't believe this is a gap down the way it looks, but it doesn't really matter. This is starting to come back again. CBD, Brazilian stock, CBD. Well, I mean, look at TKAT this morning. It looks like certainly the bloom is off for a while anyway. Take a look quickly at TKAT, see what it's doing. Yeah, TKAT's down 13%. Yeah, we'll have to see. I mean, you just have to wait for the market to open, see what happens with these. All right, the market is going to open in about 40 seconds. So let's have a great start to this trading week. And I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. Just like to see things settle down a little bit. Well, maybe, Rob, you can't hear me because I have been talking since 9 o'clock. All right, guys, we're now open. So let's see what happens here. Oh, I don't know about that, Night Fox. I don't think so. I mean, we have float. Obviously we have the number of shares sold, we have the float, and we have the short float. That is it. I know that he didn't hear that exactly. Oops. Okay, guys, gap up and go so far. Again, this is early marker, MRKR. Early, early, early. Yeah, so far, yeah, Dada is a great short sell so far, depending where you got it, of course. If you got it around 35, it's an awesome one. However, I'll take TBA on that percentage move, guys. Man, look at that. I mean, look where it got you guys. $12, $12, right to the penny of that whole number. Could not break through. And it's not like there was a resistance there in terms, I'm sorry, let's take a look. Yeah, I mean, there was the next high looking left, 12.12. But that whole number just stopped it in its tracks. Okay, guys, so there is some activity here for TKAT. Again, if you're not haven't followed the NFT stuff from last week, this is TKAT. This is the, I guess we'll call it the sector leader. Along OCG, let's see what OCG is doing. We had a number of them. Wow, look at AMC, not following GME at all. Look at AMC. AMC gap down and go down. Look at this. Wow, TBA. You didn't short that one, I take it real. Even here on the, right there, cross at 1184. TBA. I know you meant to say TBA. Look at AMC. Wow, this is really getting trashed here. Actually, what we did do is we put it, I don't know if they made the change here. We put them in with the rest of the Bitcoins or the cryptos. Let me see if they actually... Yeah, they were supposed to add this blockchain, crypto, and NFT. Get rid of one of these, maybe crypto NFTs, because they're a lot like them. So they will be they are in there. I've already added them to the symbol list, so they are actually in there. All right, what is the market doing to start? So we've got, again, we have our little disconnect going. We've got the Dow down. We've got tech up to start. Okay, TKAT is on the move, guys. TKAT is on the move. All right, the trade of the week is not triggered. The trigger was 1893, so the trade of the week is not triggered. It may not trigger. Bolsano, hi. I haven't seen you for a while, yes. Yeah, too bad this is not shortable for me. SPRT, we already talked about this one. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, SPRT. This is definitely giving up its big gains this morning, all the way up to 9, back down to 7 so far anyway. Relatively low float, 16 million in the float. All right, guys, I've covered all the TBA. Nice way to start, for me anyway, nice way to start my week. Well, of course, I can only speak for myself, but on the charts, that orange line there is the 8 EMA, and the blue line is the 20 SMA. That's what I'm using, and that's on all the time frames. All right, JetBlue, JBLU, gap down and reverse so far. So what's happening with the market? Market is recovering on the Dow a little bit. Tech is still up. SPY is up a little bit. This is actually an earnings play. AESE is an earnings play. It could be interesting. You know, gaming. Take a look here. The next high looking left is all the way up at 6. So this is an earnings play. A lot of volume already. Only 6.9 million in the float. 2 million have traded already. This will easily trade the float multiple times today. Okay, JetBlue recovering. JBLU. What are the rest of the airlines doing? See if Jet is recovering, or Jets. Yeah, a little bit of a pop here. Let's take a look at American Airlines. Yeah. All right, so this is a gap up and go. Gap up and go for marker, MRKR. A lot of volume. Look at that, 9.4, 32 in the float, 32 million in the float. That'll probably easily trade the float today. Next high looking left is just underneath 4 for MRKR. Didn't really see this one in the pre-market, but EDSA, again, it gapped up to 750, pulled off. Maybe that's why I didn't see it. By the time I saw it, it was right back here. EDSA, another low float, 7.8 million in the float. Again, I'm just pointing out these early ones that are on the move. Okay, interesting. Are they short here? Yeah, ODT is shortable at Interactive Brokers. Noticing that is an early AI alert. I don't know how much more it's going to move from here, but all right, well, listen, CPRX coming into that whole number. And also, if you look left on the weekly chart, you see some resistance areas. And this is some from Real Scan. But it's also so a couple things, whole number, plus 508 is right there. 514 is right there. 519 is right there. Those are the highs. Look at HOFV, guys. Ripping again. This is the NFL deal. I mean, they had the news on Friday. Actually, that's right. This is an NFT, potentially an NFT with the NFL. And again, if you don't know what I'm talking about regarding an NFT, look it up. NFT. All the rage now. And as always, just waiting for my unusually strong options, abnormal option activity. Nothing yet. Nothing again will happen in these two windows until at least 9:45, and again, that's on purpose. You saw what you did there, Brett? Quiet riot. And AESE, so this is an earnings play. This could be interesting. I mean, it's only 6.9 million in the float. It's an earnings play. Release earnings this morning. But, you know, it's the same. It's a gaming stock. Meanwhile, HOFE, severe rippage. Look at this one. Look at this one go. 4 to 5 like that. This is not shortable for me. Not that I'm looking to short it right now anyway, but HOFV, not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. All right, this is a gap up and reverse so far, AMTX. You gapped up and it's in reverse mode right now, AMTX. X is in xylophone. I know sometimes it's hard to discern between an X and an S when I talk, so, but that's AMTX. And then do a quick check to see what the trade of the week is doing. So again, it has not triggered. Macy's is the trade of the week. The trigger is 1893. It may not trigger. In which case, you know, there's no trade. Okay, the Dow is starting to come back though. The Dow was down about 100, so it's only down 30 now. Tech is still up a little bit. SPY is up. Just a minute, please. Okay, just a minute. I've lost my Bluetooth connection. I'm just going to put myself on mute for a second. All right, there we go. Okay, here's another one that has gapped up, triple D, gapped up and is in reverse mode right now. This could be interesting. I mean, look at the support areas. 28.31 is the low. Low looking left, 28.36, 28.31. You can see if it keeps moving down, takes out 28. It's got a lot of room underneath. That is the triple D. Just have to wait to see if that continues down. All right. Well, the Dow has definitely has come back. It's almost gone positive from a weak open. As I say, this was not shortable for me. HOFV. All right. Yeah, you would think there are multiple dogs, just one. Okay, so I see Acer showed up in my watch list at 9:45. So let's take a look. What was the high today? 443. I mean, it's got room. Obviously, it's got room if you look left. 540. It's got some room. Boy, this AESE, I mean, if it just maintains this 4 level, I mean, look at the room it's got. What did it get to this morning? It got up to 430. You look left on that weekly chart, the next highs are 6. So, I mean, there is room for this one to run if it wants to. On the monthly chart, the same thing, I bet. 594, yeah, 6. So this has got some room, guys. AESE, the longer it holds over 4, get some volume. It could really start to move it. It is actually an earnings play this morning. Not too many. And this is another earnings play, ZIM. Gapping down somewhat. 25 looks like could be some decent support for ZIM. If it cracked through that, look out below. Oh, I was going to say, who is your broker, Zach? But I know you've got Center Point. Is that who your broker is? Anyway, whoever your broker is, I know they've got lots of shorts. No shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. Yeah, Dow just went positive, and tech is positive still, so we don't have that disconnect yet. All right, another gap up and reverse so far. ALEC, A-L-E-C, gap up and starting to reverse. Okay, guys, there it went. There it goes, guys. AESE. Now, again, an earnings play has room. If you want to trade it, it's up to you. I'm just pointing out opportunities. Punching the air for what? There it goes, guys. AESE. Oh, I see. Okay. I usually think punching the air is like, all right. Okay. ALEC continues down here. ALEC continues down. Okay, well, with the Dow starting to move higher, let's see if Macy's starts to. I mean, you can see a bottoming tail right there. Again, I'm just going to stick an alert 1893. In fact, I'll make it. I'm just going to make it at 1902. See if Macy's gets back up there. Yeah, another one of these SPACs, guys. HOL on the move here. Okay, well, I did see, well, I'm just seeing now actually, the SPRT did come into the unusually strong options. But again, pretty extended. So let's just see. First of all, I wouldn't take it unless it really got close to 9 again. So I'm going to just put an alert up here. Yeah, look at this AVEO. I actually saw this in the pre-market. Looked like it was trying to recover. I think they did have some news. U.S. commercial availability of their drug, but market doesn't care. So got as high at 1128 down to 1041, and looks like it's trying to move lower. AVEO. All right, guys, I'm definitely watching this HOL for a potential short. See how well it does up in this area. See it's struggling to get through 14 right now anyway. I don't see any specific news on it. I don't know who they're trying to merge with. It looks like a space play of some sort. Yeah, there is data news. Huge news, actually. Well, Zach, if you can't hear me, I know you usually have me on mute. $800 million. Just a minute. I've got something up. Where's that change symbol? There we are. And there it goes. Yes, look at SPRT. Yeah, so it took that out right there. The trigger was 845. So after, a little shaky at the beginning, SPRT. And the Hall of Fame, 497. Well, listen, if it takes out 5 with any authority, I mean, the next high looking left on the weekly chart looks like it's around 645. So Another gap up and reverse, a little bit choppy. ORMP, a gap up and reverse. Okay, guys, HOL looks like it's trying to get down here. Well, okay, so when you say the charts, you're not talking charts, you're talking about the alert windows, right? Well, if you lost them, okay, first of all, before we go any further, check that toggle. It's a sound toggle. It's between Brokerage Plus and Idea Surfing. Make sure that you don't have a slash through it. You know, that's a toggle on off. You can mute all your sounds by clicking on it. So it's a toggle on and off. So make sure there's not a line through it. You may have accidentally done that, not realizing it. I mean, that might be the reason. I don't know if that's the reason. Edgardo, geez, if I can pronounce that right. That was the reason? Okay, good. Hall of Fame, guys. HOFV on the move. Just over that 5, as mentioned before. There's the next high looking left, 646. Wow, this did not hold. AESE did not hold at all. Look at this, all the way back down. Surprising. I thought maybe with that HOFE move it might continue, but so far no go. I would be I'd be sticking an alert for AESE maybe around 420 or so. Let's see if we can take it out again because it has room, not unlike the HOFV. Very erratic so far, SPRT. Mentioned the AMTX earlier. A little bit of a pull up, but continuing down now. AMTX gap. This is a gap up and reverse. I'm sorry, gap up and reverse, gap up and reversing. Well, what I'm seeing right now, seeing a lot of gap up and reverses. Even with the market, the market is not really gapping down yet, but that's what I'm seeing. As opposed to, a gap down and reversing back up. Okay, so we're seeing a lot of stocks that are maybe gapped up and now are in reverse mode. Well, this has some promise, guys. The HOFV has a lot of promise. The longer it holds over 5. I mean, again, look left, and it has some room up to that 640 mark. Again, I'm not saying it's going to do that. Yeah, CTIC just got halted. And let's see if this is going to be a 5-minute halt. Little bit. Yeah, 64.93 on the entry, 65 right now. Look left. What sort of room does it have? It's got some room, guys. Next high looking left is 60, a little ominous, 66.66. All right, so this is what I'm talking about. This is, as Ro pointed out, this was halted. CTIC was halted at 35 seconds after 10:01. Typically, a volatility halt is 5 minutes, so we'll have to see. If that's true, this will open up at 10:06 plus 35 seconds. Again, that's one of the scans that I am sharing. All right, guys, so this is one of those NFTs that gap down and now trying to reverse. But I don't see TKAT following. Not yet anyway. TKAT, TKAT. I don't see. Very, very choppy. Very, very, very choppy right now. All right, stay on the move here. STAY. I think this is supposed to be a buyout. I think this is a buyout that was announced here, but it is starting to move somewhat. Tersadia Capital believes the proposed acquisition is too low, maybe? It is undervalued, severely undervalued. So hence the little bit of a move. All right, so this was obviously not a 5-minute halt. It was past the 5 minutes. So this typically, if it's not a 5-minute halt, it will be a multiple of 5. So if that's the case, this will be opening at 10:10 plus 35 seconds. Again, I'm sharing a lot of scans, guys. That is one of them. I'll go over a lot of that in about 15 minutes or so. Okay, so I'm going to stick an alert here around 5:16 for HOFV, see if it takes that out later on in the day. Same thing. Okay, guys, just a second here. I got to do this. There's still something wrong with. Okay, guys, there it goes. HOFV just reclaimed 5 and on the move here. Just give me a moment here, please. Yeah, phase 1 is speculative. Phase 2, I mean, obviously phase 3 is kind of the final. But yeah, phase 1 is obviously the most speculative. Wow, I wish I'd. Yeah, Guild is actually that is a AI alert. I'm going to go over some of that now. Right into the 200-day, guys. Right into it, 65.74. So be aware if you're in this one from the AI. Be aware of that 65.74. It could stop it right there for a while anyway. Okay, guys, there it starts to go. HOFV. I'm surprised that AESE is not doing that well. I mean, it's still up 5%. Thought it might tag along a little bit with HOFV. I know it's not exactly the same. They're not. I don't think AESE is part of the NFTs or anything like that, but kind of the same sector. So again, guys, if you're in the guild from the AI, just be really aware. Look at that. I mean, what did it get to? 65.66 and 65.74 is the 200-day moving average. So certainly that has stalled it somewhat. If it can break through that, then the next high is looking left, right around 66, 64. Like not a ton of room. All right. Well, remember JetBlue? Remember it was gapping up. It had gapped down, gapped up, and now we're gapping down. So JetBlue, JBLU. We're having a lot of choppiness, a lot of things right now. And I see it resume. So this, you can see right there, it was a 10-minute halt for CTIC. Well, HOL guys, I mentioned this a few times with that rejection of 14. Okay, well, look at the guild. I mean, I don't look at very many indicators, but certainly the 200-day moving average is one that is kind of universally watched. You can see what it did. I mean, I'm not saying it's going to stop it forever, but I mean, it just piled right into it, GILD, and it just stopped it in its tracks. That's that green line you see right there. All right, well, gap down and reverse. So here again, another NFT right at the high of Friday, 910, just a little bit below that high in Friday. There it goes, right above the high now, right above the JFIN, right above the high of Friday. Well, this one as an NFT is definitely kind of leading the way here because TKAT is not bouncing at all. Look what TKAT's doing and look what JFIN is doing. Again, if you don't know what I'm talking about, just look it up. NFT, non-fungible tokens, the latest craze. Wow, look at this. I mean, what a move over that high of Friday. 909 exploded once it got above that high. Well, let's see what WKEY is doing. Yeah, that's another one of them. Well, it's not following suit. Very choppy. I wish you well. And JFIN just got halted. A volatility halt. JFIN just got halted. And it's stacking up right now. This can change, of course. 1009, 1009. It got halted at what, 998? So the bid ask right now is stacking up at 1009, 1009. Doesn't mean it's going to hold. I love fading these SPACs. Well, yeah, it's financial, but I think that according to everybody last week, along with the what the other one KXIN or it is considered an NFT now also. Why I don't know. I mean, I can look at the profile and know what you're looking at. Okay, guys, I am just going to see if that promo code is still working. Yep, I don't know how much longer, guys. So, I want to point out the fact that that Shamrock, it is still working. This is what I'm talking about. I thought it would. I really did think it wouldn't be available today. I thought it was going to expire last night, 11:59 p.m. Eastern. All right, guys, it's 10:20. So I think what I'll do is I will start my spiel about trade ideas. First of all, if you're brand new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format. Mondays to Fridays between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. Sharing my screen live on the mic. And I'm going to put my homepage link into the YouTube room. Okay, and here, if you're in this room right here, I have a tab called Barry's Homepage. If you click on it, there is the link, and again, there is the promo code, Shamrock, all in capital letters for a 20% savings, okay? When you click on my link, this is what you're going to see. There we go. This is what you're going to see. So a lot of areas, sections of my homepage, but I want to talk first of all about a subscription to Trade Ideas. So if you want to take out a subscription, again, don't use Barry for Alpha, use Shamrock, all in capital letters. This is how Trade Ideas cost, how much it costs. We have 4 plans. All right, we have an annual, monthly, for premium and standard. So if you look at the annual premium, $22.68 a year, minus the 20% right now, okay, that I'm very sure it's going to disappear tonight. If not sometime today, they may have forgotten. Okay, so anyway, $22.68 a year, minus the 20%. The standard is $10.68 a year, minus the 20%. The big difference between premium and standard is the AI, which I'm going to go over. There are some other differences, but that's the main reason why people want to take a look at our premium service. JFIN just opened. Okay, TKAT is now on the move here. Now, you don't have to take out an annual subscription. If you want to go month to month, that's fine. $118 for standard, $228 for premium. The discount, you can apply the discount, but please listen really, really carefully. The discount is only good for the first month, okay, the 20%. But if you decide within 30 days that you'd like to upgrade to an annual subscription, you can do so and we'll honor that 20% promo, okay? Meanwhile, JFIN just exploded here, guys. Oops. So more information from my homepage. You can get the trade of the week. So far, it is not triggered. The trade of the week is Macy's. It may not trigger. This does not mean this is a bad trade of the week, okay? It's only I don't even call a bad trade of the week one that triggers and doesn't move, but the trigger is $18.93. It never hit the trigger price when the market opened, so Right now, there's nothing to do on the trade of the week, but you can sign up for them. I do a recap video. These are very short now. I usually do it. Actually, I'm going to start doing it between 12 and 12:30. All of the scans that I'm sharing, I think this is a very popular area, including my layout. I'm sharing my layout right here. So the layout I'm sharing is what you see, what I'm sharing on the screens too, okay, on the screen. So that is my layout. Remember, it is a layout, so before you click on it, make sure you do save. If you have a layout already up and running, make sure you do save your layout to the cloud first. I'm sharing a lot of other scans, so you don't have to take my layout. You don't want my entire layout. You can kind of pick and choose some of the other scans that I'm sharing, including this one, the moving higher with unusually strong options. And education. Here's my education section right here. If you're brand new to Trade Ideas, I think this is almost mandatory to take a look at the 20 short lessons. Covers all of the basic features of Trade Ideas. I will click on the link to show you what I'm talking about. So if you take the 20, and it won't take you 20 days, but take the lessons and right from the beginning, downloading the channel bar, favorite stocks, and then what is a top list and building one? What is an alert window and creating one? All right, so these are not videos. It's all text-based. I think it's very clear. So if you're brand new to Trade Ideas, please take a look at this before you do anything else. If you don't have Trade Ideas, of course, you can take a look at this just to see what some of the basic features that we have to offer. More education from that section. So daily support section. So between 12 and 1 of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room. Today it'll be Sean. So just before I take a break, right around noon, just before I do take that break, I'll pop the YouTube link in. So if you want to head over there between 12 and 1, you can do so. This is, of course, the free trading room link, the one you're in. Daily webinars, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. You can sign up for them all right here. More educational videos are here. And I love this one, the Back to Basics. If you're brand new to trading, great little 36-part, very short videos, literally starting off by what is a stock? Okay, I mean, it's as basic as you can get. So a great little introduction to trading right here. And trading books and ebooks, trading ebooks that we created are here. So again, there's a lot of information from my homepage. All you have to do is save my link. Then you can take a look at everything at your leisure. Okay, and there's there's the Barry's homepage. There it is. When you click on it, you just have to save that link right there. Yeah, they make an adjustment to MPS. I don't know exactly how accounting makes the adjustment, but they might wait, for the 30 days, and then they'll upgrade you. So you get the first. What I would do, I mean, you might as well take advantage of getting 13 months, I guess, at 20% off. But I don't know how they do it exactly, but. So I don't get involved in the accounting aspect of it at all. Well, guys, I don't know what to say. JFIN had the halt. It broke through this level right there, and just completely running here. And I do think according to different posters on last week, JFIN seems to be part of this, even though it just looks like it's a financial. All right, now I do want to talk about Trade Ideas in general. For those of you who don't know what Trade Idea, might be in this room and you don't know, well, what is Trade Ideas? So first and foremost, we are a scanner. That's what we are. We scan. And it doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas, all right? And it doesn't matter where you are in the world, you can use Trade Ideas. So as a scanner, this is what I've done. I've created this one called Basic New Highs and Lows. Show you what I've done in this one. And again, this is one of the ones that I'm sharing. So this is how you start off. You usually, well, not usually, you always start off with filters, trying to get the universe of stocks, whittle that universe down to a manageable number. So this is what I'm looking for. Of course, if you take this scan from when you want to load it, of course you can make changes. But this is what I'm looking for. I'm looking for stocks between $1 and $20. Current volume is at least 4. That means it's trading at least 4 times normal up to this point of the day. Minimum of 400,000 shares, etc. So these are the filters that I'm using. If a stock meets all of these filter requirements and it makes a new high or a new low, I get a real-time alert. That's why we see JFIN over and over and over again. Okay, it met the filter requirements and it's making a new high for the day. So that's an example. It's up to you, Chicken Little. I mean, I usually wait if I'm going to do a trade of the week, I usually wait for the market to open, but you're right, it did briefly get above it in the pre-market. I usually wait for the market to open. For me, there's no rush to get into a trade of the week. They're not meant for day holds. I mean, you can trade them as you see fit, but so that's an example of a scan that I created. So what we did as a company, instead of forcing you to learn a programming language, we said, you know what? Let's just create a lot of different alerts. Here are all the alerts that we have. I'm not going to go over them all, of course. A lot of different alerts. And when you get to this icon, these icons right here, these are the filters. Look at JFIN. And also TKAT, guys. So the NFTs are maybe starting to gain some traction again. So these are the alerts. The above were the alerts. These are the filters. So we feel that we've created enough alerts and filters for the vast majority of customers that they can create their own scans, with a combination of the alerts and filters that we have. Scans that they may want to create so they can see the things that they're interested in, okay? Again, though, I'm sharing a lot of scans. And in our channel bar, if you click on New Channel Bar, these are a lot of layouts that we created. These are all themed layouts, momentum layout, pre-market layout, stock surging layout. These are all layout, and within each one of these layouts, there are a lot of scans. So you don't even have to know how to create scans, especially when you're first starting out. You can take a look at all of these themed layouts. Remember, these are layouts though, so if you have created a layout, make sure you've saved your layout to the cloud first. You can only have one layout loaded at a time. So we try to really make it simple. You don't have to learn a programming language. Now I want to talk a little bit about our AI. We have what we call about 70 baseline strategies. So once the market closes, the AI gets to work on an optimization routine for those strategies. That's what happened Friday afternoon once the market closed. Out of those 70 strategies, these are the ones that made the cut. I wouldn't concern myself at all about why these strategies made the cut or whether they're coming from Holy Grail, 2.0, Neo, okay? In order to simplify everything, this is what I would do. I would click on, from our toolbar, I would click on from New, and then I would click on AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. Okay, the trades window. And this is what you'll see. This is your window. And before the market, this doesn't start to give any alerts until at least 9:35. Doesn't mean you'll get one at 9:35, but it won't start at all. Doesn't start alerting in the pre-market or after hours. And you just wait for the alerts to happen. You have, of course, there's an entry time. You have, there's an entry price, a suggested entry price. You don't have to take it right there. Here is a stop. And you manage the trades as, I know we use the phrase, as you see fit, but that's what it's all about. You can only, I can't tell you how to trade these. If it meets your trading plan, then you trade it. If not, you don't. Now what I would do is I would take this window and I would incorporate it as part of your layout. so you don't have to load this window every morning. Okay, so there was no video on how to use the AI. You know, I use it like a watch list. I typically like to see the ones that are under $20, you know, and work from there. Now the ODT is a, you know, strange one. This is a huge gap down because of a, you know, drug failure, or actually they're discontinuing a drug trial. So, you know, how much more this can go down, I don't know. I don't think anything happened to the audio. Guys, you guys can hear me? I hope nothing happened. Can you just get a quick sound check, please? Okay, good. So it's on your end, Josh. Josh, do a refresh. Okay, now I want to talk about this window that you see here that we call Brokerage Plus, okay? This is only available if you're using our application, okay? Okay, I'm going to give you, before I go any further, somebody asked in our YouTube room, how do you create an alert for specific tickers? So I'm going to show you what you're talking about is creating a symbol list. And I'm going to give you a video that shows you how to do that, okay? All right, so this is what we call Brokerage Plus. And again, only accessible if you're using our app. If you're using our web-based version, it's not available. So you have to be using the downloadable version to access Brokerage Plus. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to pop in this video that was done. And well, there's no 100% rocky elk. I mean, how do you know that a stock is going to continue to rocket? I mean, what we do in the pre-market, we look at the stocks that are moving. And, you know, then once the market opens, I typically like to wait about 15 minutes anyway. And then you have to see, you know, if they start to base a little bit and then they get some volume coming in, that could mean that they're going to keep going. But there's no, you can't know absolutely 100% ahead of time that a stock that is rocketing in the pre-market is going to continue. And, you know, it depends on the sector too, you know, if you're in a hot sector, like OCG, as somebody is pointing out, you know, a hot sector. All right, so what I did is I popped that B plus connection. So if you happen to have an Interactive Brokers account and you want to use this window that we call Brokerage Plus to trade your Interactive Brokers account, you can do so. You watch the video. Okay, and once you watch the video, you'll click on live and you'll connect to your Interactive Brokers account. Then you can use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas. You still need an Interactive Brokers account. Okay? So why would you want to be able to do that? Well, you can do some interesting things. For instance, let's just say I click on SESN and I look at it and go, yeah, I'd like to trade it. So I can go back. I look at the charts and I think, yeah, man, I mean, look at this. If it took out 354, which is the high of what, 4 weeks ago, that might turn into a really interesting trade. Okay, so I can go back to SESN, right click on it, click and hover over this trade SESN at the top, and you see how these buying and shorting options appeared. How do they appear? You have to watch that video and you can create your own. This is what we call one-click trading. You pick how you want to trade it. You'll see how you can set up stops, you can set up you can share size, everything, okay? And I'm not going to go over it in any detail. You have to watch that video. If you're serious about doing this, watch the video. It covers virtually every aspect. So that is that's one main reason why you might want to use this Brokerage Plus window. And but I do want to reiterate, this is an option. It's a feature. You don't have to use Brokerage Plus. If you don't have an Interactive Brokers account, for instance, it doesn't mean you can still use Trade Ideas. All right, we're a scanner. And, you know, you don't have to use this Brokerage Plus window because we do get that question a lot. Well, I don't have IB. That means I can't use Trade Ideas? Of course not. And even if you have IB, interactive brokers, you don't have to use this. This is just an option that you can use if you want to use it. These are hotkeys, so if you got into a trade, you could flatten it, which gets you out of a trade. This gets you out of half your trade, or you could double your position. So these are some hotkeys. Now, the other huge use of Brokerage Plus is as a simulator, paper trader. So you'll hear me say this a lot. If you are new to trading, before you commit money to the market, please practice trading first. We have a great simulator here. It uses our real-time data. Okay, it doesn't matter who your broker is. It uses our real-time data. All you have to do is click on Sim. And again, this is only available from the app. If you're using a web-based version, not available. You just click on Sim and now you're ready to go. And it's very simple to use. You just click on a symbol. You notice how it shows up right here. You pick how many shares you want to trade. You pick the price you want to get in at. And click on Buy, and now you're in a stock. Now, this is how I always like to start off like this, demonstrating how to use the simulator, because a lot of you may like to play a stock on a pullback. Pullback meaning, okay, I wouldn't mind getting into the trade, but only if it pulls back to a certain price. I don't want to be, we always preach do not chase. But let's just say for argument's sake, I wanted to take this SCCN, but only if it pulled back down to here. Maybe it'll bounce back, okay? So what is that, about 329? So let's just do that. I'm going to take 300 shares if it pulls back to 329. So I'll type 329 into both of these boxes. Okay, 329 in both of these boxes. And I'm going to click on the buy button and you're going to see a nice big blue line appearing on the chart. So if SCSN comes back down to 329, it'll take the trade. We could have done it the reverse. In other words, if I wanted to take the trade, say I thought I saw there was some, or I thought there was some resistance on top, and if it broke through that resistance area, I should take the trade. So I could have put a price above the current price and you would have seen a blue line. So it would have taken the trade if it hit that price also. Okay? So that's a way in which you can do it, on a pullback. Now we can also, and now I'm going to start talking about the concept of placing a stop and money management. If you're brand new to trading, you have to get this through your head. Not every trade is going to work. You have to have a price where you're getting out of the trade because you know what? It just didn't work. Doesn't mean your setup was bad necessarily. It just, not even a great setups, there's no such thing as 100%. So some trades just aren't going to work. So instead of being stubborn and everything and saying, well, it's got to work, it's got to work, it's got to work, you always have to have a price where you're going to get out of the trade and then you just move on. Okay? So let's take a look. Let's see if I can find something that might make sense. I'm just trying to demonstrate. Let's see if I can find something that makes a little bit of sense here. It doesn't, I'm just trying to find something just to demonstrate, the concept of putting a stop in. All right, let's say you wanted to take this Alto, all right, and you wanted to take it at 654. What's the spread like? It's a penny spread. Okay, I'm going to show you. I'm going to take 500 shares. I'm going to show you why I'm taking 500 shares. Okay, I'm going to take it right at the market. So you see, it just took it at 654. I'm going to put a stop in. Now, this is, at 634. And in fact, that wouldn't be bad. Okay, the bottom of that too. Why I'm doing this now? When you get into the trade, you have to know where your stop is. Okay, you don't do this after the fact. I'm only putting it here because I want to make this math super simple. So I'm going to put the stop in. I'm going to show you what I'm talking about. I'm going to add the stop order at Because first of all, one of the questions you're going to, and here you see how that line appears right in the chart, and you see that it says that if I allow this trade to go down to 634, it'll take me out for a $100 loss. Okay, see that? So why did I do this? Why did I put a 20-cent stop? Now, first of all, this is why you've got to practice trading, because the first question that everybody says, okay, I get the idea I should be out at a certain price, but how do I know what that price is going to be? Well, that is only going to come with experience, reading charts and all that, okay? I put this down here. I mean, realistically, probably could have been a little higher. I put it down here, though, at 634, just to make the math, 634, to make this math easy. Because if you start agreeing with me, okay, I get the idea that I should get out at a certain price. The next step, though, is going to be to share size you. Because you don't want to say, well, I'm going to take 100 shares every trade, 200 shares every trade, 500 shares every trade. How many shares you take will be based on the difference between your entry, 654 in this case, and your stop, 634. And that's why I put it at a nice kind of even number of 20 cents. Because, again, the next concept will be this. If you have a $5,000 account, you're not going to be risking $1,000 a trade. That's crazy. You'll blow up your account. Let's just say your account size, with your account size, you could say risk $100 a trade. So if we go on that premise, and you're going to risk approximately the same amount every trade, you're not going to vary it. So if you're going to risk $100 a trade, what that means is if the trade doesn't work, which the max you want to lose is $100. So this is why I made this math pretty simple. You take your entry price, you subtract your stop price, that gives you 20 cents. You divide 20 cents into $100, and that gets you 500 shares. Okay, so you could take 500 shares. If you work it in the reverse order, if I get stopped out with 500 shares with a 20-cent stop, 500 shares times 20 cents equals $100. Okay, so you really have to get into that mindset, okay? Not every trade is going to work, but if you have a manageable loss, you can always move on. Account management is huge when you're starting out. Probably I don't teach trading so much, but we can't stress enough the need for account management, money management. All right, you've heard me. So you say, okay, great, yeah, I get it. I'll put a stop in, and I think I know where my stop should be on this. So I'm going to put my stop in here. And then what happens is you get into the trade, and it starts working against you. It starts coming down to your stop price. And unfortunately, and you'll do it, I guarantee you'll do it, but that's why use the simulator. You'll start to reduce your stop price because you'll start to think, well, you know what? Maybe I didn't read that chart correctly because I think this has got to be a wonderful trade. And so I'm going to start reducing my stop. Okay, so I start moving my stop down. And it starts approaching the new stop price. And you keep moving it down because you just cannot believe that this trade won't work. And you keep moving it down. So now your manageable $100 loss that you're prepared for starts turning into 200, 300, 400, 500. And eventually you say, oh my gosh, I give up. And you kick yourself because, again, you had a nice manageable loss that turned into something that you absolutely did not want. So, this takes all the emotion out. Okay, I'll try to put it approximately right there, okay? If you leave this line in, it takes all the emotion out of trading. If it hits your stop, it just takes you out of the trade and you move on. Okay? So, if nothing else that you get from me, if you just, you get out of this room and you never come back, if you can just remember that, that is your first step, in my opinion. Nobody hammered that point home to me when I first started trading. Okay, because like everybody else, you get into something and you just think it's going to work. All right, just give me one moment, please. All right, so let's see what's happening now. Let's see what's happening with that J-fin. I'm sure it pulled back. Yeah, I mean, look at that. What a nice pullback. Anybody who wanted to short that just over that whole number, look at that. I mean, guys, I mean, I know it's amazing how many times that happens. So I know it got up to 12 and it just stopped. 12. I mean, look at that. It just stopped. It's only a number. And I know real won't agree with me, and because it's all algos don't care whether it's a whole number or not. But I've just seen it. I keep seeing it happening. So until it really stops happening, I'll just kind of continue to do what I do to a certain extent. I'm always aware of where the whole numbers are. All right, well, these NFTs, they are alive and kicking, guys. Look at TKAT, holy smokes. So just give me a moment here, please. All right, guys. What do we got here? Look at this TKAT. I mean, my goodness. I mean, this was the high on Thursday when it really, well, I shouldn't say that. On Wednesday is when it got rolling. And then look at this. Got up to, on Thursday, got up to 40. Big pullback on Friday, all the way down to 25. Even on Thursday, I mean, it was really choppy, but look at this. So how is HOFV doing? HOFV. Yeah, keep an eye on this one. It could really start to rip also because, you know, it's considered now part of that sector. Whether it's true or not, doesn't really matter what we think right now. It's all perception right now. All right, guys. So this ODT from the AI, I mean, it's moving. You know, 469. I mean, it's not a bad little percentage move down. I don't know anybody. Was anybody able to short it? Out of curiosity, the reason I ask is that you know it's down 76%. So obviously that uptick rule is in solid effect. The uptick rule meaning that any stock that is down at least 10%. You will not get a fill. Normally when you short a stock, assuming shorts are available, you can just go in at the bid and you'll get a fill. But if a stock is down 10% or more, going in at the bid, usually there has to be some action right back at the ask, and then it has to go back to the bid. And you may be in a huge queue of other people who want to do the same thing. So it may be difficult to get a short where you want to get it. So I'd be interested in seeing if anybody was able to get a short. Well, it's not a well. Yeah, there are tons of shorts available, but it's again with that uptick rule. That there's 851,000 interactive brokers too, but it's just that uptick rule. Well, guys, what did I just say about HOFE? I mean, if this TKAT continues and OCG and now this is not shortable. TKAT is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Not that I want to short it, but I mean, we got some tops right there, but it's not shortable for me. So when you say how do you find a good stop loss limit, what do you mean by that exactly, Rocky Elk? I mean, I can't tell you. I mean, what we talk about is it's going to be your account size, number one. As I mentioned before, if you have a $5,000 account, you're not going to risk $1,000 a trade. I mean, I can't tell you how much you should risk. If you're just starting out, I probably wouldn't risk more than $50 a trade, really. But I mean, it'll depend on your account size how much you can risk, how much you should risk per trade. Risking meaning if it doesn't work, this is how much I'm prepared to lose. When you talk about, if you're talking about where to put this, like what price, it's only going to come, what price do you get stopped out at? Only going to come with experience, reading charts, okay? A lot of times if you look at a chart, look at DRIO as an example. I mean, there's a bit of action right around here at 2340 on the 5-minute chart. You could maybe say, hey, if it took this up, this looks like decent support, so that if it broke down below that, you should be out of the trade if you took the trade, as an example. Yeah, so it's not a percentage drop, Rocky. It's a price you're getting out at. Okay, so I mean, I mean, look, I know there are maybe out there saying, well, I'll risk 0.5% a trade, 1%. That's not what I talk about. Okay, I talk about this is having a price, a specific price, not a percentage below where you get in. That's like saying, I'm going to risk 10 cents a trade, or 20 cents a trade, or 30 cents a trade. How I trade is based on the chart. Where should I get out based on the chart? It's not based on a fixed percent. But that's, that's the, I mean, that can be the hard part. Like, where do you think that you should get out of a trade, if it turns against you, and that's only going to come with experience. I started really saying this a lot last week, but I'm going to reiterate this. I mean, trading is not easy. Trade Ideas is a great tool for trading, fantastic tool for trading. I'm obviously biased, and I work for Trade Ideas, but I was just a customer like anybody else before they hired me, and I love the product, but it's a tool. And trading is not easy. It takes a lot of time and practice. And how much time and practice is going to be up to you. You know, some people pick it up more quickly than others. But I'll guarantee one thing. You know, you start risking too much and not obeying your stops, you will not last very long. And I'm not talking you, Rocky Elk, specifically. This is just sort of in general. Hey, Rage, whatever works. Rage TV, whatever works. Okay, one of the things I like to do is take a look at, so here's the alto, all right? So we took this trade, remember in the simulator, took the trade, and notice I've got the max P&L and distance from exit price and the open P&L, all right? So why I like to see these is that what this is telling me is that while I was still in this trade, and I'm still in the trade, you know, I haven't, you know, because if I exit the trade, if I highlight the trade and flatten it, then of course the positions, that'll be zero, all right? So what is this telling me, the $82? This is telling me that if I could have got out while I was still in the trade at the absolute max, which would have been, I guess, what, 671, I'd be up $82. I'm still up $75. You know, it's dipped just a little bit below the absolute max, okay? So I like to keep an eye on this because obviously if you were, let's just say that, you know, 82 is not a big deal, but let's just say you were up 120, 200, $300 and you didn't take anything out. You just allowed this trade to work against you, and that open P&L turned to a big negative number. I mean, I'll exaggerate. Let's see, at one point you were up 200, and now you're down 200 because you didn't take anything out. Obviously, you don't want that to happen. So that's why, you know, it's a good idea, you know, just to keep an eye on the max and the open. You know, you certainly don't want a profitable trade to turn negative. You'll also see when I get out of a trade that the distance from the exit price will be something that you'll want to follow. Because this will show you how good your exits are. You know, I'll get out of a trade and I'm going to show you. In fact, I'll just do it now because this is just for practice, okay? I'm going to flatten this trade. Okay, so I'm out of the trade. So what did I make? $65 in the simulator on that trade. Now, let's keep an eye on the distance from the exit price. This is going to show me, now at this point, what I'd love to see is, you know, a negative number and a bigger negative number as the day progresses. Because what that's going to tell me is that from where I got out of the trade, it is, right now, it's 3 cents under, which is, you know, obviously good. Now, you know, the bigger that negative number appears, then, you know, that means that, well, where I exited, that looks like a pretty good exit. And the flip side of that, of course, is if this turns into a big positive number, that means I exited, excuse me, well below where it is now. I mean, in theory, if this turns into a big positive number. Because that's a common question or common, call it a complaint or observation. You know, people saying, man, you know, I didn't maximize my gains. I got out of a trade too soon. How do I stop that? Listen, it's hard. You know, you're in a profitable trade and you don't want to give up. Give it up. You know, maybe take out half and let the other half run. if you take out half and then it actually gets back down to where you exited or where you entered, well, at least you made some money. But you know that there's no look at HOFE, guys, man. I mean, it's been a little bit choppy. Don't get me wrong. This has not been super simple. I mean, this got up to 530. It came all the way back down to 460. I mean, those are big percentage moves. So, guys, I mean, it doesn't look like this is certainly not going to trigger today. I shouldn't say that. I mean, you could have a big turnaround, but remember, the trigger was what for Macy's. This is the trade of the week, 1893. There was no trigger. I mean, in theory, yeah, in the pre-market, it barely above it, but I would always wait for the market to open. It did not trigger, and it's been straight down. So this is, so far it's not a bad trade. It's just a non-trade. All right, what is the market doing? So the tech is still up. Tech did not have a fade. Let's take a look at the cues. Take a look at what they're doing. So, yeah, I mean, if it won't happen today, I doubt it. But I mean, if it can break out over this 324 mark, a lot of action right up here. Trade of the week is Macy's. It did not trigger unless you looked at the pre-market. Okay, 1893 was the trigger. It literally, and it opened at 1891, I guess. So it did not trigger. Well, I don't know. You tell me, Panda. I don't know if it's coming back. I mean, I'm not trying to be. I don't know if Macy's will come back to 1893 later on in the week or today. Okay, TKAT still strong. This is just causing all these other NFTs, I'm sure, to surge here. Okay, I had a question. How do you use a layout? Well, these are just ideas, Isaac. Okay, these are ideas that are presented, and how, if it meets your trading plan, I mean, then you trade it. If not, then you might say, well, I don't know what my trading plan is. I'm new. That's why you got to practice. And when I say you, Isaac, I mean, I'm talking, there was a question in our YouTube room, how do I use your layout? These are ideas that are generated throughout the day. Some ideas are going to look better than others for different people. Okay, so Isaac, can you hear me? So are you asking how would you have access to them? Is that what you mean? How would you have access to my layout? Is that what you mean? If that's the question, then I can help you there. Yeah, okay, so I can help you there. All right. So if you click on this link, I'm going to pop into the room. Excuse me. Okay, so I just put my homepage link. And when you click on my homepage link, this is what you'll see. Excuse me, look at JFIN and HOFE. Boy, the NFTs are not dead. So right here, Isaac, and anybody else, this section right here, my scans, you click here, and right at the top, my layout. Okay, there's my layout that I'm sharing. Yes, so the answer is yes, I do have it in the cloud. But again, remember, it's a layout, so before you load my layout, make sure you do save your layout to the cloud. You can only have one layout loaded at a time. I know I repeat myself many times on that, but a lot of people don't understand that. They create a layout, painstakingly create a layout. They don't save it. They load my layout or something from the channel bar, and they lose their layout. So make sure you do save your layout first to the cloud. Good practice is to save individual windows to the cloud, individual scans, your layouts to the cloud. Why? Because a couple of reasons. I'm on a desktop computer right now. If all of a sudden it exploded, okay, and I lost my computer, as long as I've saved everything to the cloud, when I get a new computer, all I have to do is download Trade Ideas, and then I access everything from the cloud. File load from cloud, okay? Everything, as long as I've saved everything to the cloud, I can just bring everything back, okay? So that's the worst case scenario, right? The other reason is that you can have Trade Ideas on as many devices as you want. Now, you can only have Trade Ideas loaded one device at a time. But I've got a desktop. I've also got a tablet. I've also got sorry, just a minute. Anyway, I've got several devices, right? So all I have to do on each device, I just load the program. And then from the cloud, I just load from the cloud, and I bring my layouts and bring whatever I want. So you don't have to recreate everything, to your laptop, to your tablet. You don't have to recreate everything from scratch. If you have everything in the cloud, it's really simple. So 2 reasons why you should save everything to the cloud. What a move for JFIN. How did the other, what is it, K? No, what was the other one? I can't remember. Starts with a K, another one of them. It's not K-Fin, it's K, thank you. Zedkin, not K. Zedkin. I knew there was a K in there. Yeah, so it moved too. So again, you look at this and you think, well, how in the world can this be anything to do with NFTs when you read what it is? But, these companies are now starting to come out of the woodwork, right? Just put, we're going to get involved in this new sector. Even though, I mean, it looks like that. This looks even crazier. At least the other one, the JFIN is a financial. You can maybe see, but you know, fabricated structural metal manufacturing. All right, this is a gap up and reverse now, guys. CSTM. This is starting to move down. Where are they out of France? I should have known that. The flag of France, the tricolore. um, so what's the next low looking left? 1495. So it's not that far away, really. I'd like to see something a little further away. All right, give me a moment. I'll be right back. So guys, I've only taken 2 trades today. One was the pre-market trade, which the TBA, which I extended in just about right there, and the market opened and I got out of it. And then the other one worked okay, the HOL, I talked about it. You know, shorting this top right up here. Now it's getting close to that 14. Again, let's see if it stalls again, or will this be the time that it breaks out through that whole number? And that's the HOL. All right, well now it is. So when you look left, looks like there's a ton of resistance. 1450, 1468, 1428, 1462. So this little area here, now if it can find its way through all that, 1434 right here. I mean, if it can find its way through that, then the next is around 16. And that's for the HOL. I'm going to stick an alert right around that 1460 mark. See if it takes it out, and that's the HOL. So guys, if you flipped my option scanner, you know, this one came up at 1132 as a short. And this is just getting really hammered here. I guess they're in the e-cig market, and the Chinese government may be putting some restrictions on that whole sector. So RLX, that's a Chinese stock. Oh, absolutely, Abdullah. There is so you can do a couple of things, okay? Scan for the pre-market. We have a channel. So if you look on our channel bar, click on New, and then go to Channel Bar. And excuse me, we have a pre-market channel, number one, okay? Or if you wanted to, this is what I use in the pre-market. Meanwhile, JFIN is just exploding. So this is what I use in the pre-market, okay? And those of you who want to do the same thing, you're more than welcome. So if you click on my homepage link, you'll be brought to my homepage. There it is. Go to the scans section right here. Click here. These are the 4 scans I use in the pre-market. Gap up and down, shared, and the pre-market up and down. Okay, these are the 4 scans that I use. Or you can go to if you want, you can use the pre-market channel. Okay? Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, JB, sure. Yeah, an expanded version of the evening scan. I mean, that's what I do to create my watch list. But I have a lot of scans that I'm using after hours, not just the evening scan. Yeah, now our data starts at 7 Eastern time, not before. Okay, in theory 6:45. Charts don't start updating until 7, but our top list and alert windows start working at 6:45 Eastern time. I know a lot of people want it earlier, but it is what it is, guys. That OneDrive. Yeah, this OneDrive has been a real mess. Okay, so Matt, no, we decided not to save this. I mean, it's 6, 7 hours of video, so we're not saving it anymore, okay? But you can ask me. I can help you right now, okay? I mean, no, it's pointless really to save this, this 6 and 7 hours of video every single day. So, my scans, okay? So all you have to do is just click on my home page. Okay, you see the tab right there? Click on the home page. And when you do that, you'll be brought to this page right here. And then click here. Here are my scans. And again, this is a scan. What you see, what I'm sharing, the screen that I'm sharing, that is the layout that I'm sharing right here. And then these are the 4 windows that I use in the pre-market. The gap up and down and the pre-market up and down. These 4, this is what I use in the pre-market. You don't have to do the same thing, of course. If you want to go to our, we also have a pre-market channel. I've just customized, this is, when I think when you get used to using Trade Ideas, you will more or less, you will customize things. The channel bar is great. It gives you an idea, and you can always take scans from the channel bar and customize them to your own way of looking at things, price ranges, things like that. Okay, Matt? So, and then you can save my link though. You can save that link from the home page, and then so you can take a look at it later on. All the scans, all the training links. So my guess. Okay, so a lot of this stuff, Rocky Elk, and I'm not trying to dish you or anything like that, but a question like that, if you did a Google search on ODT or news search or something like that, you would see the reason. I mean, there it is, trading lower after the company said it would discontinue development of its drug. Okay, so I mean, when you become a trader, you'll learn to do a lot of these things on your own, so you don't have to rely on other people. Just trying to give you a heads up there. That's all. When you do your pre-market work, you will see a lot of stocks that are moving like really high in the pre-market or really low in the pre-market, and so that's what I do. You do your pre-market work and you start checking the news. A lot of times it's an earnings play, but sometimes it is news, and of course this one, it's devastating news for this company ODT. I mean, there was no inkling this was happening. Look at the daily chart. 3 weeks or so just hanging tough. And then they decide to discontinue this trial. Now, a lot of times, this is, it's a little bio. The way this is trading, it looks like it's a one trick. It looks like this is the only drug they've got in their pipeline. It's, the larger companies, they may discontinue a trial of a drug, but they've got several others in their pipeline. So yeah, maybe it's a bit of a hit, but it's not devastating. The way this is trading, it's like this is the only drug it has. I don't think so. I don't see why they would have, but maybe they did. I don't know. But it's easy to. I see it. No, it's still here. At least it's in my I'm in a development version, but I see it down here. I've never used it because it's so simple to link. Yeah, but if you had it before and you updated it, I don't know why it would have been taken out. I'm on a development version that's more recent than yours, of course, and it's still there. In my opinion, I mean, those ones that are in the external linking, typically it's because there's a bit of a trick to them, but there's no trick really to TradingView. Just plunk it in the chart and follow the instructions, and it's done. Well, I was wrong about this one. I thought this one would just be kind of docile for the rest of the day, but ODT. So if you were able to get a short on this, 469, it's a 12% drop. So this is the AI, guys. And remember what I was saying about the GILD? Just struggled to get through that 200-day moving average. I mean, it literally got within 8 cents. And it just stopped and came back down. Now, it doesn't mean that's going to happen for the whole day, but I saw Zevo. I thought it was one of the ones that was, I guess, was it downgraded? Yeah, it was a down. Oh no, that was sorry. That was Zito. ZTO. I don't know, JB. What do you think? I don't know if it's too late. I mean, it's, how much further is it going to go? I don't know. I mean, 4 might stall it, right? You know me and the whole number. It might stall it right there. I'm surprised it really broke down as much as it did on a percentage basis from that 460 mark, but yeah, I see that departing from the company. That didn't really happen until, it looks like, until the market opened. Really no reaction, or maybe that was the reaction. Maybe that news came out. Yeah, actually it did come out. I have here at least at 7:10, maybe earlier. 7:10 Eastern time. So well before the market opened. Well, no, there's no support in theory because of course it's an all-time low, right? Yeah, it's an all-time low. So who knows where it could go, but we have some bottoming tails right now. It try to touch 4. Yeah, I mean, look at this one. It got up to 420 in the pre-market, SVBP. Gains on detailed, actually, so it was actually phase 3 results, so fairly late stage, but it just could not hold whatsoever. SVBP. Now, maybe the 200-day moving average will hold it. A lot of action right around 3. Meanwhile, HOFE continues. A little bit choppy, but it's continuing its march higher. Again, when we looked at this left, 645 is the next high looking left. All right, guys, so it is 11:31 today. So that means that Sean will be in the, I just want a verification of that. I'm pretty sure he's going to be in our YouTube room. All right, guys, so this reverse, look at this. ORMP, this was at one stage during the day, a gap down and go, or sorry, gap up and reverse, and now it is reverse, and now it's from a gap down to a reverse, or a gap up and go. A little confusing. Yeah, the only thing that could possibly trigger, I'm looking at the watch list, is Matrix, but the relative volume is too low, and so is I'm looking at stocks that I've got that are near the lows, but the relative volume and the overall volume is too low. So that's why they're not triggering. Also, like hook is on there, but I mean, it's got to take out the low here, which just probably won't happen. I'm looking at the things on my watch list that are near the lows of the day, but remember, they've got to also break down below the low of Friday, and it's just not happening so far. Which is a little bit typical. I mean, all indices are up, so not going to see as many things down. Number one. All right, guys. Yeah, so Sean just confirmed that he'll be in the YouTube room around noon. I'll pop the link in. Sean is more of an options player, so for those of you interested in it, we don't scan the options as such. We only scan stocks. But I know there are people that like. I mean, we have some option filters that might help you find option plays. We've got a put-call ratio, options volume, which is the average number of contracts over the last 10 days. This is the option volume today, put and call volume today, and then this is the metric that I love, option volume today percent. So what that means is if a stock is traded on average over, say, 2,000 total contracts over the last 10 days, and you say use this option volume today percent, and you put 200 in here, 200%, just a ratio, the ratio of 2 or 200%, that means that stock will have to trade at least 4,000 contracts a day. Okay, so it can help you find stocks having abnormal option trading days. And if that helps you trade the option, great. But again, Sean is an options trader. So CLPS, in theory, was one of those NFTs. Didn't really do anything on Friday, though. It had the action on Wednesday. Thursday, really nothing. Friday, certainly nothing. Maybe today. But I have been told by people in the room that this is, in theory, an NFT. Again, if you don't know what I'm talking about, look up NFT, capitalized, okay? And you'll find out what I'm talking about. And definitely HOFE is one. Wow. So let's take a look at from my watch list. Anything exciting? I know the answer, certainly for the HOFE. Acer looks like nothing really happened. It got up to, yeah, nothing really happened there. This was a quick one, SPRT. So from 8.45, it tacked on $1 before it came back down. HOFV, well, 497 and 585. That's pretty awesome in terms of a percentage move. What did MDXG do? 1088. What did it get up to? Not much. And SESN 350 and not much. So really, briefly, the SPRT and HOFE though, definitely a nice one. Again, it's a watch list, right? It's a watch list. That's why it's called a watch list. It's not, well, you get the alert and you have to pile into the trade. Well, if you just loaded, I mean, you may not get anything, but do you have a green ball? Make sure you are connected. Talking to you, Gordon. So you're trying to tell me that you loaded my layout and everything is blank. Like absolutely, it doesn't matter about Brokers Plus and IB. So you're saying you've loaded my layout and so for instance, the basic new highs and lows, you won't see all the original ones. If you just loaded my layout, you'll only see maybe the last one. Yeah, but this has got nothing. Are you talking about here, up here? This has got nothing to do with my layout, okay? Interactive Brokers and Brokers Plus. I mean, if you're not seeing anything, do you have a green ball? So make sure you are connected. I don't know how I'm going to be able to help you. If you've got a green ball, well, I don't know how to help you. I mean, if you've loaded my layout, so you have something that says basic new highs and lows, and you have absolutely nothing, you don't even have the top one, HOFV. Do me a favor and right click and click on history and click on today. Okay, so on the basic new highs and lows, right click, history, and click on today. And tell me if it fills up. Okay. When did you sign up? You may not have filled out your exchange agreements or something. That's the only thing I can think of. I'm going to have to send you to our accounts to take a look at your account, okay? I can't help you. If you've done that and you have a green ball, typically it means that you have, even though you are connected in theory, but you have not finished completing the exchange agreements. So I'm going to have to send you to our homepage and give them the account. Okay, give them the email that you use to sign up and they can check your account. Now, I understand you might have paid for it, but one of the things, in completing, the sign-up procedure, there are exchange agreements with the New York and NASDAQ, et cetera, et cetera. You have to check, say, you're not a professional, all that sort of stuff. It may be that you didn't do it, okay? You may think you've done it. Anyway, that's about as far as I can go. So if you go to that homepage link and start all you have to do is this, just click on the homepage link, and then where it says, you should get a little pop-up right here, questions and answers. just say, hey, I paid for a premium subscription, but I'm not getting any data. Here's my email account. So they'll check. All right. Okay, Shan VS. If you click on the homepage tab, okay, hopefully you can see my homepage tab. Hopefully you can see my screen. You see what I'm doing. Homepage tab. Probably have to scroll to the top or something. My homepage tab. When you do that, this is what you'll see. And one of the sections, my homepage, my scans. Click here. And when you click here, right here is my layout that I'm sharing. Okay? And now all the other individual scans that I'm sharing. So if you don't want my entire layout, you can kind of pick and choose some of the ones that you might want to see. Okay? Good. Well, I mean, I like this one. I mean, it hasn't given, it's only given the one alert so far today. But I mean, if I only wanted to concentrate on a very low number of stocks, I mean, I like the unusual strong options. Okay. Doesn't give very many alerts, maybe only 3 or 4 a day, but I really do like it. I like my watch list. This is going to give us, I mean, I don't get too many, the basic and highs. I mean, this is the repeating version, okay? This looks like, my gosh, how can you follow all these stocks? But this is the repeating version of this. So today, there in the basic new highs and lows, there have only been 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 on the upside. Been quite a few, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 on the downside. So, not an overwhelming number of stocks. This just tells me, okay, for instance, HOFV, this was the first time I had an alert. The time was 9:41 and at 4:55, that was the price. So I can kind of go back. There's that blue arrow that's telling me the candle that happened on in the 15-minute chart. There it is in the 5-minute chart. If I backed up the 2-minute chart, I would see it. So I can kind of go back in time and say, okay, great, I had an alert. What did it do from there? And this is the don't repeat version. It's a nice little option that I use for several scans. If you right click. So if you wanted to have, if you wanted to convert one of your scans that is maybe giving a lot of alerts, repeating alerts all day long, and you wanted to do the same thing I'm doing, if you right click, that's impossible. Okay, just a minute, please. I've just lost my, I have to change my headset. Just a minute. Yeah, just give me a moment, guys. Just give me a moment. All right, back. Okay. Well, we do have that. We do have days to cover. This, if that's what you're looking for, days to cover. Days to cover. So just right click. Just right click on an alert window or a top list window. Right click, configure, and do a search. And days to cover. Start typing it in. And there's the filter. If you want to find out exactly what that is, just click on help and it'll tell you exactly what that days to cover means. And okay. Okay, it's getting close to noon, guys, so I'll be taking my break. I'll put the YouTube link in. Put the YouTube link in so that you guys can head over there if you want. Let me just find the link. There we are. Oh, I'm thinking of reshorting HOL. Got over that 14 mark, but looks like it's being rejected. Okay, just trying to figure out why this was a little bit late here. The HOFV 957, 497. Let's take a look. No, I see what happened. So there was the high, and it must have dipped, and then finally it came back right around 957. Remember, it's got to take out the high of the day, and that happened right here, but it dipped down. So that's why it was a little bit later than the one right there at 455. But still good. Still good. Two good alerts. So you can kind of see right here, this is in the development version. You'll notice here we've got this sort of a green shadowed, a green area that gets stronger green as you go higher or stronger red as you go lower, okay? So what this is telling you, and I think this is based on 100 shares, and I know this will be customizable. So what this is telling you, if you took 100 shares, and you follow that stop as an example, you got in at 397 with 100 shares, and you follow that suggested stop, you'd lose $27 And again, the stop, the target is just double whatever that stop is. So, or the amount, nothing highly scientific. So in other words, 27, double that is 54. And so that'll happen every time you click on an alert, you'll be given a guide. And you don't have to follow it. It's just a guide. Okay, so I see this. So Box did actually show up here, 2409. Something. Yeah, there's something that doesn't look right. I don't see why it would have taken it way outside here. Well, mine was triggered at 2409. Remember, I've got it down to 300%. Oh, good. Okay. Well, it's an easy fix, Gordon. At least we know it's an easy fix. Yeah, I don't understand that. That doesn't make any sense to me because yeah, 15 cents. I'm going to just flatten out. I don't know why that happened. Boy, Macy's is just getting thumped here. What is the? Oh, okay, well, you know what? Retail is getting thumped. It's not Macy's. The retail XRT is getting kind of thumped. You're looking here, spider sector list. It's the one that's nearest the low of the day. Okay, so Desby, are you new to trade ideas or new to trading, or like when you say you're new, are you talking about new to trade ideas? Okay, so I don't know if you've seen this, but I really recommend you take a look at this, the 20 short lessons, okay? This is, and it won't take you 20 days. I know it says 20 lessons in 20 days, but if you click on that link, this is what you're going to see. You know, literally, what is a top list? Building a top list, an alert window, creating them. All of the basic features of trade ideas, I think, very easily explained. This is all text-based, okay? So before you do anything else, take a look at that. Otherwise, you'll be lost forever, okay? Okay, I'm going to also do the same thing then for you, Teddy. Okay, the 20 short lessons. There's somebody in our YouTube room. Ah, there he is, Mr. Sean McLaughlin. Humble. Yes. No, it's great. Sean, you did an amazing job. Sean is the creator. In fact, Are you wanting to start now? Which one should I sign up to buy? All right, so the only one that works right now is Interactive Broker Shan VS, okay? If you want to use Brokerage Plus to trade. Okay, thank you, Sean. So I'm going to stop the YouTube feed right now. If you want to use Brokerage Plus to trade. Okay, thank you, Sean. So I'm going to stop YouTube feed right now.
Well, hello. Thanks, Barry, for the handoff. Hey, everybody, it's Sean McLaughlin, Chicago Sean. It's the top of the hour. And for the next 60 minutes, we are going to be conducting the live Q&A. This is what we do every trading day from noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific. It's your chance to ask questions of the platform. Any questions you got, whether they're super beginner questions or super advanced questions, everything is fair game. My standard disclaimer at the beginning of every one of these sessions is, I know enough to be dangerous on this platform, but I don't know the answer to everything. But I can certainly point you in the right direction to get your questions answered. So I see that there's currently 79 people here in the Trade Ideas YouTube channel. So it's up to you what content we discuss for the next hour. If this is your chance to ask questions. So need help building a layout? Need help understanding a feature? Need help interpreting the output of a top list or an alert window? Well, type your question in and we'll try to tackle it. You guys are looking at my trading screen right now. This is the layout that I use throughout the trading day. Typically, I have a couple of custom layouts that I use, but this is the one I spend the most time on. It has everything I'm looking for. It's got my Brokerage Plus window open with my open positions. It's got the all-time highs list here, all-time highs alert window that I like to use to be alerted when stocks are making all-time highs. This window here, my top list, shows me all the stocks that have moved the most since the opening print. So this stock, JFIN, is up 56% just since the opening print today. Pretty nice move. Those are stocks I like to pay attention to. So while I wait for questions to come in, this is something I typically do every trading day, every session on Mondays. I like to go through my current open positions here in Brokerage Plus and adjust my stop loss orders. Now, before we all get carried away with the open P&L here, this is this Trade Ideas simulated account. I'm demoing the simulated trader for everybody. It works exactly like live trading. So I encourage everybody to master the domain on the simulator. And once you feel comfortable there, then you can start trading live money. But for me, this is the simulator. And I'm going to walk through every one of my trades here. They all have working stop loss orders, and you can see them displayed on the chart. And I'm going to blow up my daily chart here a little bit just to have a little bit more color on it. I'll bring my Brokerage Plus window down a little. All right, so here's one stock that I'm in. It's working pretty well. I like where my stop loss level is, but you can see where it's clearly displayed on the chart where my stop loss level is. So if I were to get hit, if the stock were to sell off and hit my stop loss level, I should walk away with approximately a $767 profit. That doesn't factor in slippage, of course, but you get the idea. I'm currently sitting on $1,100 of open profit. You can see here in my trade blotter in Brokerage Plus. But I like where that stop loss level is, so I'm going to leave it. So I'm just going to cycle through the rest of these. I like that stop loss. I'm going to do this quickly, but I want to show you guys how here's one. I'm going to adjust my stop loss level. The stock is way up here. My stop loss level is way down here. I think if the stock were to break at least below this 50-day moving average, which is what this blue line is, I think that tells me that the trend is over. So I could drag my stop loss order. All I have to do is just grab this line and drag it up. Check that out. Boom. Now I've readjusted my stop loss order. How simple is that? If you're a visual person like me, you gotta love that. I like keeping things as simple as possible. All right, let's continue on down the line here. Let's see what else we got. I'm going to drag this stop up just a little bit. And guys, these stop loss levels are not precise. There's no science here. I'm just a visual guy. I'm looking for obvious levels of support. In this case, I'm just dragging my stop loss to my break-even level. I'm just looking for obvious levels, always moving my stop in the direction of the trend, never moving it down. These are all long trades. It's always the best practice to move them forward, but not move them backward. Meanwhile, S&P continues to rally. I got the S&P right up here. Oops, sorry, just got a few more stocks to work through, and then I'm all set. Okay, stop losses are adjusted. All good. All right, I see a couple questions came in. Fabio's asking, I was using FinViz before, and I really liked the map area. Is this something in trade ideas that would give us the overall direction of S&P 500? Overall stocks up and down? Fabio, we don't have like a heat map. No, that's not something we have, but you can build a top list that has all the S&P 500 stocks in it. And you can see how they're all performing that way. If you want me to walk through that, I can. But no, we don't have any heat maps. That's what you're asking. CM, for swing trading, do I buy stocks at the end of the trading day or just when it hits my entry target? I don't have an entry target, CM. I've built a layout up here in my channel bar. You can see it up here. I got a AI swings channel right there. This is my custom layout. I built it for myself. It just has the things I need for swing trades. And I don't have any trigger to get in. Really, all I'm looking for is Holly. If Holly had gotten in today, if Holly got into a trade, then that's got my attention and I might consider it for a swing trade. So you'll notice here in this bottom right corner, I got an AI strategy trades window. This is showing me all the long trades that Holly has done today across all three segments. So whether it's in Holly Grail, Holly 2.0, Holly Neo, if she did a long trade, they're all going to show up right here. And so every day, I'll typically do this at the end of the trading day or like in the last hour. I'll cycle through these charts. These are all, you see I got 4 charts across the top. It's all the same stock, just different time frames. So starting from the left, I got a monthly chart, a weekly, a daily, and an intraday 5-minute chart. What I'm looking for as a long swing trade, I like to trade from the long side. I don't like to swing trade from the short side. That's just my personal preference. But when I'm trading from the long side, I'm looking for stocks on a monthly and weekly time frame that are moving from the bottom left to the upper right. I want to see a long-term trend in place. This Aflac chart, I mean, I don't like it. I don't love this big sell-off that we had here not too long ago. I want to see stocks that have a nice, smooth, up and to the right trend on the monthly and weekly charts. Those are the stocks I like to swing trade. So I'd probably skip this one. Let's look at Guild. Guild I would skip. I don't like those charts. SNX. Was this a split? This looks like this might have been a split that wasn't recorded properly. If so, then this is a good looking chart and I would probably buy this one. Need to do a little research on that. But guys, I love using Holly as my bullpen to get into swing trades because the catalyst that got Holly into a trade could be anything from a stock crossing a significant moving average, a stock breaking through significant resistance, an uptick of insider buying, an explosion of volume. There's hundreds of reasons why Holly might get into a trade, but that catalyst doesn't expire at 4 p.m. Eastern when the market closes. That's just an artificial constraint we've placed on the platform in service of day trading. That catalyst has the potential to move the stock for several days or several weeks if I'm lucky. And so that's why I like using these Holly trades as potential candidates for swing trades, because there's a catalyst at play, a catalyst that could potentially move the stock. And look, even if that just skews the odds in my favor, 51-49 in gambling terms, right? That's an edge worth exploiting, and I should execute against that edge as often as possible. That's the name of the game in trading. So CM, that was a long-winded explanation to your question. I hope that covered it. David McCartney. I'm looking for a good scan on a crossover where the candles close for the day above the 10-day moving average for at least 2 days. Interested in swing ideas. Thanks. Okay, let's see. Good scan on a crossover. So you want to see one moving average above another. I'm assuming that's what you mean by crossover. All right, let me think about this, David. Well, I could easily show you stocks that are above their 10-day moving average, David. So let's do this. Let's build a top list. I'm going to open up I'm going to go to my TI menu bar here at the top. I'm going to click new. I'm going to open up a top list. This is going to show me, I'm going to start from scratch, and I'm going to create a top list showing me all stocks that are trading. Well, not all stocks. We'll add some filters here, but we want to see stocks that are above their 10-period moving average. Now, the part about the for at least 2 days, I'm not sure I can do that, David. I can show you what's over the 10-period moving average right now, but I can't add a qualifier for being over for a length of time. Okay? So if I were to look for a simple moving average, and you didn't say, oh yeah, 10-period moving average. So if I choose the 10-period moving average %, add this filter, and if I just set a minimum of 0.01, like that, I can check my work here. Well, there's no words for this one. That's a shame. But anyway, this is going to show me all stocks that are currently at least 0.01% above their 10-day moving average. That's how you would do that. You would use the change from 10-day simple moving average. David, I mean, it's a kind of a simple answer to maybe a more complicated question, but do that. Unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to show you stocks that have been above that for, X amount of time. That's not something that we can do, but a quick eyeballing of the chart will confirm that that is in case what you need. My App Networks. How do you use the TI or any other tools to set up your options trades? Well, full disclaimer, Barry's probably hyped me up. I am an options trader primarily. I do trade some stocks from time to time, but mostly I consider myself an options trader these days, although I've done it all. Look, if you're a hardcore options trader looking to put on spreads and looking to do volatility skew plays and calendar spreads and all that kind of stuff, Trade Ideas really is not the tool for you. We don't have that data. In fact, if I open up a generic top list here and if I search for options, you'll see the entirety of the options data that we have in our platform. It's not a whole lot, and it's all volume based. It's based on total volumes for options. All right. So you're not going to find any strike specific data. You're not going to find any expiration specific data. It's very limited. Now, that said, that's the disclaimer. That said, if you are someone who is using options to make directional bets, maybe you're just buying straight long calls when you're bullish and buying straight long puts when you're bearish, if that's who you are, then Trade Ideas can be a fantastic tool for you. In fact, it's the same tool for you that it would be for a stock trader, because Trade Ideas can help you find the stocks that are setting up for moves the way you want them to. And once you see a stock that triggers, whatever it is that you're looking for on Trade Ideas, boom, then you can go and make an options trade on your options platform. Just go and find an at the money call and buy it if you're bullish, or buy an at the money put if you're bearish, or whatever your process is. I'm not saying you should buy at the money. You got to do what is right for you. But if you're looking for directional bets, then an options trader will use Trade Ideas exactly like a stock trader would, or very similar at least. But if you're a spread trader looking to do volatility skew plays, calendar spreads, things like that, Trade Ideas is not going to be entirely useful for you. All right, I seem to be caught up on questions here. I noticed that there's at least 20 new people that have signed in since I started on the YouTube channel here. So I'll just repeat myself. This is the live Q&A session. I'll be on the mic here till the top of the hour, till 1 p.m. Eastern. And this is an open forum. So if you have questions about the platform, about Trade Ideas, I'm here to answer them as best as I can. As some of you may have already surmised, maybe I'm not the best guy to answer all the questions, but I know enough to be dangerous. I've been I was a Trade Ideas customer long ago, back when I used to be a stock day trader at a prop trading firm back in 2006, 2007. I forget the exact year, but my trading firm supplied Trade Ideas software to all of its traders. And back when all Trade Ideas had was an alert window. And I used it and found it invaluable to what I did. In fact, I could only trade with it. Without it, I was blind. Yogi, that's a question for Barry about Macy's. I heard you guys talking about Macy's earlier. I don't know. I'm not trading it, and this is really this forum is for right now just asking questions about the software. This is our live Q&A, Yogi. MB, where can you learn to trade options? I tell everybody, go check out Tastytrade. Tastytrade is the best free options education software or just community out there. I think they're fantastic. You should give them a look. Tastytrade.com. Tell them Sean sent you. Or I should say, tell them Chicago Sean sent you. Then they'll know who you're talking about. What? All right, but folks, I'm just gonna hang here quietly and I got some side work here I need to do real quick. But any questions, throw them in here and we'll handle them. How do you spell it? Oh, here, it's tastytrade.com. Oops, what happened? I seem to have lost my questions panel. Oh, there it is. Tastytrade.com. Give him a look. Give him a look-see, as they say. All right, Ronald Parker. Hi, I had trouble hooking up Brokerage Plus this morning. I watched the video sent to me from support, but the trades are not going to my Interactive Brokers account. Is this an appropriate topic here? Ronald, you're going to need a technician, somebody who's better versed on this and who can troubleshoot for you. I'm not going to be able to do it here in the Q&A. So send an email to info@trade-ideas.com, and the appropriate person will look into that for you. Oh, all right. Okay. Got the little piece of work done there that I needed to get done. So there's 82 people in here right now. Gotta be somebody with a question that they want to get answered. Throw it at me. A Siri, if you're referring to this window here in the bottom right, these are all the long trades that Holly has done today. These are not all the trades. She's done some short trades. Check this out. I've got, let me stretch this out a little bit. I've got this filtered to show only the long trades, okay? If I click on the short, then you'll see the short trades in here. Right now I'm just showing the shorts. But instead, I'm just looking at the long trades. I hope that answers your question to Siri. Let me know if it did not. CM, no, I don't use any studies or indicators on my charts. I'm pretty basic. I mean, I guess I keep a moving average oftentimes, 50-day moving average, but it's more just for, I don't know, information purposes. Other than that, I don't trade off the indicators so much. My favorite scan for intraday, well, I don't do a whole lot of intraday day trading, but if I were to be intraday day trading, I think my favorite scan's right here on my main layout, this movers since today's open. These stocks are the stocks that have moved the most since their opening print. To me, that tells me there's action there. There's opportunities here. This stock right here is up 57% since the open. That's a lot of room. I mean, what if this thing retraces that? Comes all the way back to the open, right? I mean, there's a lot of movement there. So if I were day trading, I would probably pay attention to this list a lot just because I want to be where the action is. And that's where there's a lot of action. A Siri, left side screen with chart. I'm not sure. Are you talking about these stocks here in my Brokerage Plus window? These are all my open swing trades. I've been in these trades for several days or several weeks. You can see my entry times here in this column. These are all swing trades that I'm in. Fabio, good question. I never use the welcome screen. I've never used it. Let's pull this up and see what it looks like. You know what? This thing just hasn't been updated. This is an old feature that nobody uses, and this is showing a lot of the old channels that we had. A lot of these channels have been changed or reconfigured or redone. Pay no attention to this. In fact, thanks for reminding me. I'll let the developers know that needs to go away. I don't even know why we have that as an option. I don't know why anybody would want to go to that welcome screen, but that's just me. Sam, my favorite swing scan. Well, for me, the best place to find swing candidates is right here in my all-time highs alert window. Okay, and this is just me. I'm not saying this is the only way to trade, Sam. I'm just saying what I like to do is I like to get into bullish trades on stocks that are making all-time highs. Because a stock that's making an all-time high has nothing but blue skies up above. There's no resistance. There's no stuck longs with losing positions and want to get out at a higher price. Nope. If a stock's making an all-time high, anyone who holds a long position, everyone's making money. And that thing can just keep going. So I love my little all-time highs alert window right here. This tells me any stock that's making a new all-time high. So right, the latest one was Diode, D-I-O-D, made an all-time high today. Perfect. Those are stocks I want to put swing trades on. Fabio, yes, we have a new channel here for social action. Go right here, Buzz Social Sentiment. Buzz Social Sentiment. This is curating data from a bunch of different sources. StockTwits, Twitter, Reddit, maybe a few others. I'm not sure exactly where it gets it all from, but this is where you can find stocks that are being heavily discussed on social media. The Buzz Social Sentiment channel. What is a swing trade, Desmond? A swing trade basically means any stock that you hold overnight. All right. If you do a trade today, if you buy a stock today and you sell it today before the market closes, that's considered a day trade. Any stock made any trade in and out on the same day is considered a day trade. Anything held longer than a day, held overnight, that's considered a swing trade. And and now everyone has a different definition of how long a swing trade could last. In my idea, a swing trade is any trade that lasts for a couple of days until a couple of months. That's my definition of a swing trade. Some people will have a longer definition. They might say anything held under a year is a swing trade. Okay, that's fine if that's what you think. But basically anything that's not in and out in the same day, and I guess anything anything that is not in and out in the same day, and nothing that you're considering an investment would be a swing trade. Does that make sense? Yes, ED. Layouts can be shared in the cloud. And must you share individual windows and create your own? No, you can share a layout to the cloud. So I got a layout here open on my screen right now. I'm on the Buzz Social Sentiment channel. But if I wanted to save this as my own custom layout, maybe I made some tweaks. Maybe I went into this top list and changed some parameters. If I wanted to save this as a layout, all I simply do, or save it to my cloud, excuse me, all I simply need to do is just go to my TI menu bar up at the top, hit File, hit Save or Share to Cloud, and then see this button right here, Entire Layout? Just click Entire Layout. That'll select all of the open windows. And just give it a name. We could call it ED's Layout. And boom, now it's saved in my cloud. And to confirm that, I could go to my channel bar and hit the My Cloud button right here. Or I could go to my TI menu bar and hit File, Load from Cloud. They take you to the same place. And you'll see right there the thing I most recently saved, Ed's Layout. And you can confirm, if you look at the file type up here, you can confirm that it is a layout. If I were to click that, it would just open up whatever I already have here. But I would just highlight it, hit load, and that will load it up. Okay, Ed, hope that made sense. Ed or ED, I'm not sure what you're going by there. Sam, I'm sorry I missed your question before. Can I share that scan? Are you talking about the scan for the all-time highs? I can share that with you, yes. If that's what you're talking about. You're asking me to share the all-time highs alert window. So I'll right-click in here. I'll hit Save or Share to Cloud. It's called all-time highs. I'm going to hit Save and Share. There's the code. I'm going to copy this. I'm going to paste it in the YouTube channel. All-time highs alert window. There's the cloud link there. So guys, if you want to upload that to your layout, you just simply copy that code, that URL, copy that entire URL, and then you go into your Trade Ideas platform, you hit File, Load from Cloud, and you paste in that code right here. And then you hit Load, and that will load up the all-time highs window that I created for you. Fabio, can we create a personalized channel bar to only include the channels we use? And yes and no. Unfortunately, you can't get rid of all the channels that you do not use. These are going to be here, and they're going to be the same for everybody. That's not customizable, but you can add up to 5 custom channels up here above the fold, for lack of a better phrase. These 3 here, it says My Layout, AI Swings, Pre-Market. These are my 3 custom layouts that I've created. And to add these custom layouts, you just go to a little gearbox up here, Edit Custom Channels. You can add a channel and select an image. You can give it an image, Bruce Lee. Or something, and we could, oops, I'm confusing myself here. Let me start over. Let me start over here. If you wanted to add a custom channel or custom layout, first you would need to save it to your cloud, okay? Now remember I saved that layout to the cloud before as I was explaining it to Ed, I believe. So I've got a layout in my cloud. If I want to add it to my channel bar, I just right-click in the gearbox, hit Edit Custom Channels, hit Add Channel, and then down here where it says enter the cloud code for your layout, if I don't have it saved in my clipboard, I could just go right here and click select from cloud, find the layout. There it is, Ed's layout, hit select. Now the code is right there. Okay. Now I could give it I could give it an icon. We'll give it the Bruce Lee. I could give it a name. Call it Ed's. Oops. Ed's layout. You may click right name so I can see what it looks like. So that's what it's going to look like. And if I like it, then I just click OK. And then you can see it showing up here in my custom channel list. But I got to do one more step. I got to hit apply. Once I hit apply, there it is. Now there's Ed's layout right there in my custom channel bar. And then to delete any channel you don't want of your customs, you can't delete any of these. But if you want to delete any of your customs, just go back here to the gearbox, hit edit custom channel. If I don't want Ed's layout anymore, just highlight it and click delete channel and hit apply. Ed, which layout are you looking for to save to my cloud? You talk about the layout that I have on my screen right now. I'm happy to share this layout with you if you'd like. Or were you talking about my AI swings layout? Phil, what's my approximate average holding time for me when I swing trade? I've never done the math. I could tell you my losers, I'm out pretty quick, often in the same, often in a week or two. And the winners, the winners I'm going to hold for as long as I can. A winner I might hold for, I don't know, a month, 2 months, as long as it's working. That feels right. Nate, Trade Ideas does not have a scanner for stocks that are easy to borrow. And the reason why is because every brokerage is different. What might be easy to borrow at Interactive Brokers might be impossible to borrow at Thinkorswim. And what E-Trade might have, Fidelity might not. So no, there's no scanner because that's a very brokerage specific scan. That's not data that's published publicly via the exchanges. The exchanges have no idea. All right, Ed, you want both of my layouts. So here's my layout that I'm at right now. I'm gonna save this. I'm gonna save this to my cloud and share the link with you. So save or share to cloud. Entire layout. This is Sean's main layout. Oops. Save and share. Here's the code. I'm going to put it into YouTube. Sean's main layout. There you go. And then you want the AI swings layout. So let me open up the AI channel. I'm going to save this to my cloud. Entire layout. Sean's AI swings. Save and share. Copy all. And then there's the AI swings in the YouTube chat. Can I go over the options scanner more in depth? Are you talking about the options channel, Mark? Let's see here. We gotta scroll down here. We do have an options channel somewhere near the bottom, I believe. There it is, unusual options. All this channel is doing here, Mark, is just showing you stocks that are seeing a unusual options volume, meaning higher than normal options activity. Does that mean anything? Not necessarily. It could mean that a stock is approaching earnings, and so people are hedging up their risks, so to speak. Protecting their long positions or taking some speculative bets. Or if a stock is seeing an uptick in options volume, it might mean that somebody knows something. Some insider is getting aggressive. Unfortunately, we'll never know, right? We'll only know in hindsight. But this will show you all stocks that are seeing unusual options activity. That's really the short answer there for you, Mark. Ed, you're welcome. You're welcome. Hope that helps. Phil, can you buy or sell stocks after hours? Yeah, if your broker allows it. I don't do it. It's not something I do. But you can if your broker allows it. I don't believe you can send orders after hours with our brokerage plus, though. I don't believe that's possible. Let me just confirm with the guys real quick. I don't think you could send after hours trades through Brokerage Plus, but I could be wrong. I'm finding out right now. I'm going to ask the guys on my team here. Ricky's asking, after I become a Trade Ideas member, how does the one-on-one training work? Well, first of all, Ricky, we have a tremendous amount of free resources that we encourage you to consume long before you take the route of a one-on-one training session. But if you feel after consuming all of our free resources that will be made available to you once you become a member, if you feel like you do need some one-on-one training, we do offer them. We charge for it. It's $149 an hour, I believe, is what the rate is. I forget what the cost is, but you can book a one-on-one session with one of our trainers, but it will cost money. But the good news is most of the stuff you need can be found for free. In particular, this live Q&A that you're in right now. We do these every day. Why not take advantage of this? This is free. RFAT, I'm the wrong guy to ask about day trading. I'm not a day trader. Not anymore. I used to be years and years ago. Day trading is a young man's game, and I'm just not. I'm not a young man anymore. Although I might sound like it, and I might act like it from time to time, but I'm definitely not a young man. All right, so Sam, I'm hearing from my team that you can trade after hours. Or I guess this was Phil. This is addressed to Phil and Sam. You can trade after hours. There's some tricks there. You got to change the time and force in TWS. So you'll have to go into your brokers. You'll have to go into your interactive brokers and change the timing of your orders. It sounds complicated, and I'm just hearing what the guys are telling me back channel. It's not something I do, so I've never used it, but it sounds like it is possible. If it's something that you want to do, Ricky. No, it wasn't Ricky. It was Phil. Phil, if it's something that you want to do through Brokerage Plus, you can. And if you need help with that, just send an email to support, info@trade-ideas.com. And the guys will walk you through how to get that set up. So Desmond, good question. You're not able to download Trade Ideas software on a Mac. You are correct. However, guess what? You're looking at my Trade Ideas right now, right? Guess what I'm running it on? I'm running it on a Mac. Do you believe me? It's true. Now, there's a little bit of a workaround. I'm using Amazon Web Services. So check this out. If I minimize all my windows, you'll see Amazon Workspaces. I'm using a virtual desktop that's running on my Mac. It's basically a Windows machine that's run through the cloud that I have access through a browser right here on my Mac. Amazon charges money for this. I pay $30 a month. $30 a month, and I've got a Windows machine that I could access from anywhere at any time. It's always on. I think this is the most elegant solution to having Trade Ideas on your Mac. Yes, we have a web version you could use on your Mac, but the web version has a little bit of a different UI. It doesn't have all of the features of the downloadables, and it doesn't have Brokerage Plus, so I don't recommend it. Well, I shouldn't say I don't recommend it. I don't prefer it. All right, but Amazon Web Services, it's like running Windows, and you have all the features of Windows, so it's great. We don't sell Amazon Web Services, so you'll have to contact Amazon on your own. But if you just Google search Amazon Web Services Virtual Desktop or something like that, you'll find it. And like I said, I pay $30 a month, and it's great. And I could access this on my phone, on my iPad, on another computer, on my laptop when I'm on the road. I can access it from anywhere. It's pretty awesome. Market float. So basically what market float means is how many shares are freely traded in the market. That's it. It's, so ticker XYZ, they might have a million shares in the float. That means there's a million shares that are being held by somebody out there, whether it's you, me, an institution, a hedge fund, whatever. There are a million shares that are publicly traded. That's what the float means. That's what market float means. And so, you'll hear a lot of people talk about they like to trade stocks with low floats. And the reason why they like to trade stocks with a low float, meaning a small amount of shares, is because it's simple supply and demand economics, right? Like if a stock starts running and there's only so many shares out there to buy, if supply is artificially constrained, prices have nowhere to go but up if people want to buy them. So I know there's a lot of people out there, there's a whole cottage industry of traders that only like to trade stocks with low floats because they know that if they get a hold of a runner, it's going to scream. Now, it's also a double-edged sword, so be careful. Sam, can you run TI on 2 machines if you are on AWS? No. You can install trade ideas on any number of machines, both actual machines and virtual machines as you want. You could have multiple AWS instances running trade ideas, but you'll only be able to be logged in on one instance of trade ideas at a time. So if you want to run trade ideas on multiple machines at the same time, you have to have multiple subscriptions. That's the way it is. But yes, you can have it installed on many machines, right? Like I've got it installed on my AWS right here. I've got it installed on a PC laptop, and I can log in on either one. But if I log in on one, it'll kick me off the other. Have I ever worked for a radio station? I have. Yes, I have. Why do you ask? Do I have a face for radio? Is that what you're saying? Yes, back in my college days in the 90s, I was a DJ for the local radio, for the dorm radio station in my dorms, and I also was an intern for the morning show on on the largest radio station in Buffalo, New York. I'm from Buffalo, New York originally. I don't live there anymore, but I grew up in Buffalo, New York, and I did an internship at the big radio station, the big morning show there in Buffalo. I was the gopher. I was the guy that ran around and did silly things and did silly spot things and made jokes. I wasn't very funny, but the highlight for me working for that radio station was the radio station had to send somebody and nobody else wanted to do it, so it fell on me and I was happy to do it. Somebody had to go sit in the press box for Buffalo Sabres hockey games. So I got my free season ticket to hockey. I got to sit in the press box for every game. The press box was catered, had free food, and I'll tell you, when you're in college and you're getting free hockey tickets and a free meal, sign me up. That's what I did. Yes, Kong. Sorry if I'm mispronouncing your name. Kong or Kang. Chicago Sean. I'm known as Chicago Sean. I spent a long time in Chicago. A major part of my career in Chicago. I was a Chicago Board of Trade member. But I'm originally from Buffalo, New York. That's my hometown. Grew up, went to college there. As soon as I graduated college, I got the heck out of town and found my way to Chicago eventually and was in Chicago for 10 years. Wonderful city. Love Chicago. Miss it every day. I love where I am now, but there's so much about Chicago that I miss. All right, folks, we have less than 20 minutes, closer to 15 minutes left in this session. So if you're sitting on any questions, if you have any last minute ideas, now's the time to ask. Or you'll have to wait till tomorrow. We do these every day, by the way, and it's a different person every day. I typically do the Mondays, and then we'll have... typically I do Mondays, but on Tuesdays it's usually Steve. On Wednesdays it's Mike. On Thursdays it's Jamie. On Fridays it's Andy. Sometimes we mix in Chris Varley. He kind of does like spot duty, filling in for people. But it's a different person every day. We do it every day, every trading day at noon Eastern. And every one of us has different perspectives, different experience levels. So, you might get a different answer from somebody else. So it pays to hang out. It was the name and the way I talk. I talk like a radio personality, huh? Okay. I don't know anything about SPRT, but we could pull up the chart since no one asks. Woo. Quite a gap there today. I mean, I don't know. I don't trade stocks like this personally. I consider any stock under $10 a share a penny stock. And I know some of you nitpickers out there are going to say, oh, well, what about XYZ that has a $10 trillion market cap trading at $5? Yes, that's not a penny stock technically, but I typically avoid stocks under $10 a share. That's just my preference, guys. Don't look too far into that. For me, I don't like the volatility. I don't want to get caught on the wrong side of one of those moves. Sam, you're welcome. You're welcome. Well, it looks like we have another one-way market in the S&P today, huh? I got a little S&P chart, 15-minute chart here in the upper right of my screen here. And going back to Friday, it's just a one-way chug-a-chug-chug. J-Lim, can you add a stop order from the chart or only from the brokerage window? You'll have to add it from the brokerage window. So if you're in a position right now and you want to add a stop loss order, you just highlight the ticker that you want. You right click and, mine says modify stop order because I already have a stop order listed. But if I did not, then you would choose add stop order. You have to do it from this window, from the Brokerage Plus window. Yes, sir. Tesla is over $10 and it is dangerous. Got to be careful. Got to be careful. But I can manage my risk in Tesla by trading it small. I could trade one share at a time if I want. Or trade with options. Can't trade options on a lot of penny stocks. All right. Phil says, as you may know, when doing day trading, many believe the best trading opportunities are from the open to 1 or 2+ hours after the open. Then it fizzles out. Yes, I agree. So my question is this: is there a similar window when you decide to enter a swing trade? No, I don't find that there's any advantage at any particular time of the day to enter a swing trade. Again, when you're entering a swing, or at least with me, when I'm entering a swing trade, I mean, my time frame is I want to hold the trade for several weeks, several months if I'm lucky, right? That means it's working. And so if a stock is working, I'm not nickel and diming the entry. I don't care about the entry, right? So I don't find that there's any specific advantageous time during the day that's best for swing trading. It all depends on your time frame. Chris says, for overbought based on RSI strategy, do you typically use a new high alert? Well, I don't do that kind of strategy, Chris. So I can't give you an answer from my experience. But look, a new high alert, an intraday new high alert will show you stocks that are exhibiting momentum. If that's what you're looking for, the new high will work for you. All right, everybody, we're hitting into the home stretch. 10 minutes to go or so. You know, I know there are a couple of you here who are beginners, and Barry always mentions this during his calls, but I will share it with you here as well. Let me just find it. We have a great little link for people who are new to trade ideas. It's called the 20 Lessons in 20 Days. Now, it doesn't take you 20 days to go through it. It's called 20 Lessons in 20 Days because when you first sign up, you get an email once a day with one of these lessons. But if you're anxious and want to get going right away, you could jump into all of them. Let me find the link here. I can't seem to find the link. Here it is. Here it is. Okay. So go here, 20 lessons in 20 days. I'm typing it into the questions panel. That link right there, it's a great beginner's course. It's not going to cover all of the expert level stuff. It's not a deep dive into any of the features. But for those of you who are new and looking to get started, that's a great investment in your time right there. Well, Phil, again, I don't have a particular time that I think is advantageous entering swing trades, but my own personal workflow, the way I do it is, I mentioned this kind of at the top of the call. I don't know if you missed this, but I have an AI Swings channel. This is the channel I use when I'm considering putting on swing trades, and I find my swing trades from the AI. And I'll typically do this in the last hour of the day. Now, not because the last hour of the day gives me any specific entry edge, not at all. I do it in the last hour of the day because once we get to the last hour, Holly has typically entered all the trades she's going to enter for the day. She rarely enters any new trades at the end of the day. Most of the trades she gets into get entered in the first half of the trading day. Every once in a while, she'll do a trade in the last hour, but very rarely. So in the last hour, I could look at this window here to show us all the long trades that Holly did, and I'll pretty much see all the trades that she will have done for the day. And so that's why I wait till the end of the day, just so I have the complete picture of all the stocks she traded. And then I'll pick and choose which stock amongst these are the ones I want to swing trade. But again, it's not because there's any specific edge to entering a swing trade at the end of the day. It's just because that's when I can see all the trades that Holly did and pick and choose from there. That's it. That's it, Phil. But again, with the swing trade, you, by definition, have a longer time horizon, a longer window. So you're looking to be in for trades for several days or several weeks. So, I mean, if you're nitpicking the hour or the minute to when you're going to enter, I think you're kind of missing the point here. We're looking for dollar moves, not penny moves. Oops. All right, all right. All right, all right. Okay, good to know. Good to know. All right, guys, we had a little lull in the questions. Have I exhausted all of your questions? If so, wow. Impressive. Brian, can you make a living from swing trading? Of course you can. I'm not saying it's easy, but I know many traders who are very successful, and many of them are swing traders. But regardless of your time frame, whether you're a day trader, swing trader, long-term investor, or something else, well, maybe not long-term investor. If you're a day trader, any type of trader, day trader or swing trader, look, it's a tough biz, man. It's a tough biz. Most of us don't make it. It's hard. And we don't make it for a variety of reasons, but it can be hard. But can people? The answer is yes. I'm not saying it's easy, but yes, the answer is yes. You can make a living from swing trading. But I tell everybody, especially if you're new to trading, your goal should not be to make a living from trading. Your goal should be to augment your already comfortable income stream in trading. What I mean by that is don't quit your day job. Keep that money coming in. You're going to need it on the days and weeks when you're just not making any money or losing, or worse, losing money. You need to know that your bills are getting paid, my friend. And I've been there. I've been trading for 23 years, and I could tell you from hard-won experience that I've always performed better in my trading when I've had other reliable sources of income that cover my basic needs. So if my rent's getting paid, if my bills are getting paid, if my refrigerator is full of food, if that's all getting paid from somewhere else, then I do much better with trading. There have been a few times in my career when all I've done is trade, and that's all the only place I got my income. And without a doubt, with one exception, I struggled. I always struggle. And for me, it's a head case. It's a mental thing, and I'm fully aware of that. But I don't have an answer for it. I don't know how to solve it. That's my thing. So for me, and I have to have other things bringing in money, and trading is just cherry on the top. And I always do better trading when I have other income coming in. But that's just me. Hopefully you're different. Okay, Phil, is there any data indicating the average hold time for a given stock? Phil, I'm not sure if we have that data. Let me go change my layout here real quick. If I go to a single stock window, if we have that data, it'll be in this single stock window. So let me check something out. If I go to insiders, so you can see all the insiders. You can see when they bought. Is there more data here? So you can kind of see when they bought their positions or sold. So you got to do some digging. But I mean, if I scroll down here, I could see this Daniel DiMatteo guy. Oh no, he sold. So here's some longs here. So back in 2018 is Daniel Kaufman. He's an officer in the company. He bought some, but this is just for insiders, okay? We don't have any length of hold period for individual retail traders. Phil, you're going to have to determine what your own parameters are. What's the most important for you? Everyone's got a different idea of what makes a stock worth holding. Okay, we all have our own preferences, so you got to figure out what those are. And once you figure out what those filters are, those indicators are, you can build top lists around that, right? Like if you want to see stocks that have positive earnings, are trading above their 200-day moving average, are held, 10% of the float is held by insiders, and stock has an average daily volume of 500,000 shares. You can do that. You can do that with a top list. You would just create new, choose top list window, and you would start looking through all the filters and adding the ones you want. Now, I don't encourage you to scroll through here and hunt and peck for the different filter you want, but look, here's a bunch of fundamental filters right here, right? Income, revenue, quarterly revenue growth. All you Cam Slim people out there, your ears are probably perking up right now. You can find all these data points here, and you could add filters so that your top list will only show you stocks that meet whatever your parameter is for each of these levels. That'll make your job a lot easier. So I would encourage you to play around with that. All right, folks, I got 1 minute left here, so last call. If there's any quick last-minute questions, throw them in here. Otherwise, I'm going to pass you back to Barry, and he'll take you back to the trading room. Meanwhile, I gotta nurse my my SPY position back to health. I'm leaning short, and this thing just keeps going higher. It is Barry time. I'm just waiting to see if he's streaming. It doesn't appear he's streaming yet. So I will be passing it back to Barry here in just a sec. Just waiting on Barry. Sal, we're in the process of cleaning up our YouTube channel. We got a lot of old shit on there, to be perfectly blunt with you. And the software has been updated. I mean, look, TKAT has been around since 2003. So we got a lot of old videos that show the software outdated. So we're getting rid of a lot of the old videos. We're cleaning it up, only putting up new videos, things that are relevant that show the software as it looks today. But we're keeping all the important stuff, so don't worry about that, Sal. But once it all gets cleaned up, we got a guy in charge of doing that. Once it gets all cleaned up, the YouTube channel will be very much more streamlined and easier to find stuff. All right, everybody. Barry is on and ready to go, so I'm going to sign off. Come on back tomorrow, same time, same channel, noon Eastern. Steve Gomez will be your host. We'll see you then. Take care, everybody.
Sorry about that. I had myself on mute in the YouTube room. Sorry about that. Thank you, Kang. Thank you. So, Brian, I don't know if you're still, I don't know if Sean answered your question about having to be a member to have access to the 20 lessons. I'm sure he must have. Well, big level now for SY. Psi, big level. The next low looking left. I mean, we're right at that magic 10. 956 is the next low looking left for SY. Wow, what a. Just getting clobbered here. Relatively low float, 29 million in the float. Okay, ORMP now 12, and the, again 1171. So I mean, right now as we speak, I don't know. I have to go back to 2017. In fact, even earlier. So we're at, I don't know where the next, in theory. I mean, you got to go back to 2014. There's really no resistance for ORMP. And this is a virus play. One day, guys, one day, hopefully in the not too distant future, I will never have to say virus play again. All right. Well, this one could get interesting. I mean, I'm looking at that the 8 EMA on the 2 minute chart for WKEY, and it's just kissed it for a second there. 1281 looks like if it took that out, might have a big drop. Keep an eye. Keep an eye on that 1280, about 1283 or so for WKEY. Because then when you look left, I mean, there might be some support around 1235, but that, excuse me, that seems to me far enough away. Okay, I'll be right back. One drug, yeah. And will wind down operations of the company. Yeah, man, that. I'm always amazed, in this day and age of information leaking and all that. But I mean, look at. Well, might as well get the right symbol up. But I mean, look at this. I mean, if you had seen this, yeah, it had slid from 25 down to 20. I get that, but I mean, look at all the action right around here. Just kind of hanging tough in that area, and then wham. I mean, wham. Ooh. You guys can hear me now, right, in the YouTube room? Okay, good. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, again, look at that. I mean, that's just unbelievable. I feel if anybody was holding this. So this is not even what I call bottom fishing because, I mean, sometimes you'll see something like this will happen and the company will, put on a brave face and say, well, but we'll look at something else, trying to do something else. But to literally saying they're going to wind down the operations of the company. Is that right, Zach? Wow, Zach is just posting that they were off. Oh my gosh, are you kidding me? They were offered a buyout at $34 a share to sell. Oh, and that was ODT. Oh, that's a lawsuit. And obviously they rejected it. But I mean, I guess in fairness to the company, they must have thought whatever their drug is was going to do well. Oh my goodness. Can you imagine that? Really real? Okay. Ah. Well, I know you've got a few languages there in Switzerland, but I'll say bonjour and see if that is. You've got a few official languages. And what time is it in Switzerland? Maybe it's 7 o'clock or so, 7:20 or 8:20. German. Okay, so a little. How about a Guten Tag? How's that? Sorry for the pronunciation, but best I could do. I do see it. I do see it on the scan. I do. You have taken this the one out. I'm assuming, right? The relative volume. You've taken it out. I did also. I took it out and I have it here, so I know what the relative volume is. So I thought, you know what, doesn't really matter. I can make up my mind. There's the 8 EMA down here, so I guess I'm just going to wait to see if it can take that out. Well, WKEY is now breaking down below that 8 EMA on the 2-minute chart. There it goes. Maybe. I mean, 1273, 74. I'm looking at the spread here. It's kind of it's still jumping around a little bit here. That's the WKEY. Well, a little resurgence for TKAT, TKAT, resurgence for TKAT. I mean, really choppy. Look at that 15-minute chart. Look at the topping tails and bottoming tails. So, but it'd be really interesting to see tomorrow, well, even today, if it takes out that high of Thursday. Really? Oh, that's an amazing, William. As you know, I just kid you about shorting everything, but really, they stopped working for you. Really, even looking at Reels scan. Did it? Yeah, I mean it got a little bit above it, and then that was it. Okay, well, good for you, William. You got to be open. Obviously, you got to be open to change. I did. Okay, that's between you and me then. We'll have to exclude real. Whoa! Right on, guys. WKEY. I hope. Look at that drop. I mean, look at that drop, guys. WKEY. I have to admit, since looking at Real Scan from last week, I've probably shorted more over the last little while than I haven't for a while. That was exciting. All the way down, right down to here, down to 1230. But to take a look at that scan and maybe, I don't know if there's anything that could be added. Okay, so EOLS, so this is getting more interesting. I mean, I know it came on the scan, but it did not break down yet. So, I'm just going to keep an eye on it. There's the ADMA crawling up. Will it stall at that whole number? Now, this is a little different. Let's take a look here. Look left, and 1472 and 1481. So it really has no resistance. But will it stall at that 15? 15 is a pretty, can be a pretty tough one to get through. Well, that's really, of course, I'm also using my watch list. And I use this, I do use this just to find some moves early, just to see what's happening. But a lot of times this will show up somewhere else too. But yeah, look, the whole idea is to reduce the number of windows that you're looking at all day long. Now, the other thing is, these are not great for pullbacks. So if you're that sort of a trader, if that's what you want to do, then it's not great for pullbacks. But if you want to look for momentums, or obviously in Reels scan for tops, yeah. The unusual options, the last few days has not produced anything spectacular. So everything, can run in a bit of a cycle. Yeah, TKAT again, it's just so choppy on that 15, but it is, there's the high today, 39.04. Oh yeah, I'm not, certainly absolutely not writing it off. It's just, but when I'm not getting very many alerts out of that one, something else can give me something, so. All right, now is this really going to stall at 15? It got up to 15.16. Let's see if it breaks down below 15 again. I think I'll put an alert right around 14.92. Because at that point, that 8 EMA may be up in that area. It's climbing. So we'll see if that happens. So I think what happened here is this was just a symbol change. So that's why it looks like an IPO here, but I'm almost 100% sure this is not an IPO here. So they change their either their name or their symbol. Well, William, as you know, GME is not about earnings at all. So it's been a bit of a rough one. If you at the beginning, look at this, it got up to 211 and all the way down to 186. Some pretty wild swings. But it does have earnings after hours tomorrow, yes. Nice thing about shorting these tops, if your broker has shorts, you certainly don't have to worry about the uptick rule because they're not going to be down at least 10%. So that is a nice thing. You don't have to worry about that. A lot of volume coming into TKAT right now too. Look at the 15-minute volume. Look at that. That's the biggest since 11 o'clock. And still has 3 minutes. Still has 3 minutes to close, or a little under 3 minutes for this bar to close. So that's the biggest volume, again, since 11 o'clock. And that is for TKAT. And boy, looks well, it's at the high, of course, the high of the day. And I mean, I was kidding. I didn't think it might, but it might take out the high of Wednesday or Thursday, sorry, which was 40.54. In fact, well, there it goes. It just took out the high. It just took out the high of Wednesday, guys. TKAT, TKAT. How's OCG doing? Not bad. I mean, it's lagging a little bit. It's not the high of the day. Even this Turkish stock is coming back, TKC. All right, guys. Well, EOLS is still climbing. Just watching that 8 EMA as it climbs with it. All we're looking for is maybe a break of it. Yeah, so Perna, if you have our app, if you're using this, then stick with this, okay? The web-based version is there, mainly for people with Macs. Okay, or if you're trying to use it on a tablet or something, but it is, I hate to use the word inferior, but it's not as rich as, say, the app. So, okay, the app is definitely the way to go. Wow, TKAT. Well, it is leaving that high behind now. Well, let's see now. I mean, if this breaks out on that 2-minute chart for HOFV, like a 5:30 break, might really get this running too. Because look, kind of consolidation right there. No, it's exactly the same in terms of the data. Okay, it's just, but again, if you're asking because maybe sometimes you can only use the web-based version, the data is the same real-time data. But you don't have, but there, it's just not as fully featured, that's all. Yeah, this has surprised me, I have to admit. I mean, I did not, but you know, it's all about the volume. Look, remember, in fact, that is now the biggest volume bar, maybe not quite, almost the biggest volume bar of the day. It's all about volume. Okay, well, I mean, there's nothing wrong with the web-based version. You don't have Brokers Plus, but if that's not of importance to you, then it's not that. I mean, it's still a nice version to use. But there's no delay in getting alerts. Oh yeah, it's exactly the same. Everything you see here, you get real-time alerts. Okay, the web-based version is not. When I say it's not as good as, all I'm saying, you don't have Brokers Plus, you don't have access to as many charts, things like that. But in terms of the data, the real-time data, it's exactly the same. Well, I don't know. This is not following suit. HOFE is not following suit compared to TKAT. I mean, there is a clear winner, in this sector, and of course that is TKAT. OCG is not bad. How's the other one doing? JFIN. Yeah, I mean, remember now, TKAT is making new intraday highs. These are not yet, anyway. Yeah, it looks like, though this is going to be really jumbled. Let me just see. Yeah, let me, I'm going to load it again. What the web-based version looks like. Now, understand, I have not formatted this. I don't use the web-based version at all. So let me just, but I will load it. Just give me a moment. Okay, so you see, you have your topless windows, alert windows, you can have graphs. Okay, so, and you have a channel bar. I mean, it's very, very similar, very similar. And these are all real-time alerts as they're coming in. Well, here, this one right there, SWTX. I don't know, I obviously got rid of a chart or something, but, okay, so, I mean, it's all real-time. Okay? I just don't use it. I don't have to use it, of course, because I'm on a desktop and I have a PC. Okay, no problem. I missed this one, KUKE. Now, did that break down? You see, really didn't. It's breaking down now, KUKE. And okay, so this one finally did break. And there is the 200. There's the break underneath the EMA on the 2-minute chart for EOLS. Let's see what happened here. Yeah, I can't get a fill. I didn't get a fill. Trying to start off, I did not get a fill. Did not get a fill for EOLS. So you're going more on the first red candle though, aren't you? Real. On the 2-minute chart. As opposed to waiting for a break of the ADMA. That's what I mean. Yeah, there's that 2-minute right there. Okay, that is very... It's spiked up here, JWS. Yeah, well, there was no, I don't think there was any way to get this top here. And plus, it's a bad spread, guys. It's a, it was 20, 30 cents at one point for the JWS. So today, I don't know, I can't remember the last time we had this. We have the Dow and the Nas up at the same time. I'm sure, I mean, maybe it happened last week. I don't remember, but we've had so much disconnect between the Dow and Nas that we have both of them up at the same time. Yeah, this one is severe rippage for Kook. Kuke. I don't think I've ever heard of them before. Education stock, okay. Music and video content and sales, music education solutions, okay. Why not? No, this is trying to have a reversal. I mean, not trying. It is a big reversal now for TKC. After their news this morning. TKC trying to come back somewhat. Oh, this is really starting to big volume coming into TKC. Also, look at the volume bar right there for the on the 2-minute. All right, let's take a look left on that KUKE. The next high looking left on the daily chart was 1046 and then 1074. Will 10 stall it? Well, look at this. I mean, so far, what did I get to? Got up to 10 there, and I got up to 998 there. So far, 10 stalled it for the KUKE. And in a pretty big way here, because look at these topping tails. You know, again, sellers had it right up there. Sorry, the buyers had it right up there, and the sellers knocked it down. Buyers tried again, sellers knocked it down. What do I think of LAIX? Not much. For what? China education. I mean, okay, I guess KUKE is the same, but I mean, I don't know what the, I mean, it had a huge day. When was that day? That was back in early February. But I don't really know what else to say about it now. It's not trading very much, only less than half what it would normally be trading, so. Yeah, spread is, I mean, yeah, it's about 8, right now 9 cents. You know, I know it's fluctuated somewhat, but well, AMRS starting to approach that high of 4 days ago. Okay, pretty big sell-off now for TKAT. What did I hit? I hit a high of 45, so we're a $5 sell-off so far for TKAT. Okay, there goes KUKE spread. Who cares, right? 9. Wow, this is really starting to drop now. KUKE. Okay, so the spread tightened up a little bit on the JWS. $13.54, $13.60. It was almost untradeable up here. All right, guys, let's see. I'm not getting any more new alerts here. AMRS again, right here. Will it stall there? Is it shortable for me? It is shortable. The next high again, 2274. Not saying to short it right now, but that is the next high looking left, other than today's high, which was 2257. Really? Market pop? Really? I guess it must be the scale I've got. Yeah, I don't see a market pop. I mean, I see the market, it's slowly inching its way up. I don't see a big market pop though. Oh, okay. All right, guys, I will be right back. All right, guys, I'm just kind of waiting on some new alerts if they're going to happen. Yeah, it's interesting. TUR is not having the same comeback that TKC is. Well, there. Okay, now we have a red bar, but there's TKC, but the other one did not have the same pop. Both Turkey ETF, and then this is so it's communication stock within Turkey, TKC. I've lost. How are your charts holding up, guys? Oh, there we go. Okay. JetBlue continues down. JB, yeah, it's starting to get a little lag on the charts. Something must be happening here. Are you guys getting any lag on your charts in single stock window? Okay. Okay, I guess it depends on the server you're on. Wow, TKAT right back up. TKAT is right back up. Remember, it had a $5 drop, and now he's just surging back up. Yeah, I think we're back to normal now. Anyway, you cannot plural anyways. Anyway. You too, Sam. Wow, look at this TKAT. And I had that one drummed into me, Sam. What a month. Look at this. Look at that. Unbelievable. Look at this month for TKAT. And on huge, huge volume again. So is this supposed? No, this is not supposed to be an NFT, is it? YVR? Wow, this is a nice big surge though for the SPY. Let's take a look at the SPY and in relation to, there we go. So there's the next high looking left. I mean, these are the all-time highs right up here. So we're still not that far away. What did these guys do? Liquid Media. I know they're a Canadian company out of Vancouver. Anybody know if they've had some kind of a press release also about NFTs, YVR? Okay, give me a moment, please. Okay, I see I had myself on mute. Didn't really say anything earth-shattering. TKAT, again, trying to make new highs, intraday highs. Just waiting to see if this HOFE can follow suit at all. I was just saying it. I don't know if I was on mute when I said this. The HOFE, it was a little break right there, but it's just, you need some volume. Got to have the volume to really, really push it through. Actually, it looked like there was some volume right there. You see that? But on the 15, just kind of lagging still. But definitely a nice little volume push, but it just didn't push it through. All right, guys, what time is it? 2:20. So starting to get close to the end for today. I wrap it up at 3 o'clock. A real one, okay. Well, volume coming in, but I don't know. The crypto now NFT, shipper crypto NFT. I haven't seen this one for a while. And again, software publishers. This is almost like the mini sector for these NFTs. I'm not saying this is an NFT at all. I mean, but it's hard to know anymore. You can't tell by a profile. Anyway, SSNT on the move. Well, it is. In fact, let me just find out. It's supposed to be. It'll be in this blockchain. They were supposed to make the name change. Blockchain crypto. It's going to be in here because they're very related. So I mean, if you turn on this, you would see, definitely you will see them. I added them to the symbol list that's in here. All right, guys. Well, keep an eye on the HOFV. If it's just hanging in here. Well, almost a new high for TKAT again. You guys are talking about nuance or nuance. Yeah, nice move, I guess. I just don't follow this price range. It would probably have to take out this 45.21 to really get rolling. Good volume though, just showed up. I mean, the volume just showed up. Biggest volume bar of the day. Well, this finally did have a big drop. The SSNT 740 all the way down to 7. Oh, I might take this HOFE if it gets back in about 534. What did it hit this morning or today? It hit all the way up here, up to 587. So we'll see. All right, guys. So HOFE, if it doesn't hold this 510 level, again, I'm only thinking short term, of course. I mean, this. I don't know what's happening in this sector. I don't know if these guys are actually going to be able to do anything with the NFL. I don't think they ever came out with a press release, or the NFL certainly didn't. It was just conjecture. They already have a deal with the NFL, not about NFTs, but the conjecture was that they might be positioned to do something. I don't think they said anything as a company. Yeah, I mean, in fact, this was the news on, well, this is a repeat. Yeah, so this is just a repeat of what happened on Friday, that news. So let me just refresh that. This is just a repeat of the news. So the company is working to understand NFTs better. So I mean, again, whether they can do the job or not remains to be seen. Okay, Farm just showed up. Now, late. This is very late. Farm just showed up in my watch list, 11:48. But you look left, and what do we see here? 12:52. So, I mean, right there, 12:56. That's the next high looking left on that monthly chart. So that could stall it right there. Well, I'm not talking Kang. Okay. I don't talk all the time. Remember, this is not the radio. Okay, well, there's JFIN on the move. Just made a new high, made a new intraday high. So again, the high on Thursday was 1360. Now I said, it would surprise me if TKAT could take out that high of Thursday. It did it no problem. Oh, no volume on farm. Oh, I see what you mean. Okay. Look, okay, there is a nice SPY move. Look at this, 155, 232 for the NAS. SPY is up almost 40. Well, JFIN, guys, I mean, would it surprise us if it took out that high? Like TKAT did? Remember what TKAT did? TKAT took out that high. I'm not saying JFIN's going to do the same thing, but I mean, the next the next high looking left is way up here at 30. This is before, I don't know what the heck these guys were doing over here. You know, to jump it up to $30. This is way before NFTs, etc. So when this was back in June of last year. Well, look at this. I mean, it may take this out. Only has another 60 cents to go. It is just kind of following TKAT now. There it goes, 13. Oh, absolutely, MPS. You need a real time data feed from IB. We're not a broker. Okay, so you want to trade using interactive brokers, you need a real time data feed from them. I mean, what I guess is confusing. Yes, we have a real time data feed, but only for, well, I mean, you get real time alerts here, but remember, we're not a broker. Wow. Okay. Yeah. I mean, if you you can use if you don't mind using 15-minute old data, yeah. But I mean, I think I don't. I'm sure that's not what most people want to do. Yeah. I mean, I guess if you're just going to swing trade, 15 minutes is not the end of the world. Ooh, boy, this one. I mean, if this takes out this high, where is this going? All right, guys, I'm just going to put the announcement in. I will be shutting the room down at 3 o'clock, unless, of course, there are questions. I'll always stick around if there are questions. You too, Thomas. All right, doesn't look like at this stage that it's going to take out Friday or Thursday's high, and that's the J fin. You too, Jean Pai. It's about bedtime for you. Not quite. Not quite. Don't get rid of me so quick. Look at this J fin, guys. This is very resilient. I mean, it would not surprise me. Again, I'm not. This is not a recommendation or anything. It would not surprise me if it just blew right through this high. Look at the SPY. Wow, SPY is in rippage mode, guys. I mean, look at this. Well, it's just making another new. Yeah, it wouldn't. Listen, it would not surprise me. Again, not a recommendation. I'm just saying it would not surprise me if it just tore through this. Look at the volume coming in on that 15 minute. And this just got halted. Oh, I'm sorry, it just resumed. No, it just got halted. CRTD just got halted. You know, every time I see software publishers, guys, I'm skeptical. Not skeptical. I'm wondering if they're coming out of the woodwork regarding NFTs. Now they did have a press release on the 17th, some kind of a subscription with wine but I don't know. I just don't know anymore. It's hard to know. Meanwhile, back at the Bitcoin ranch, GBTC I notice is getting turfed here. Bitcoin seems so yesterday when you compare it now to NFTs. Is it? That's what I mean. Every time we see software publisher, okay, and you see a pop in something, we'll have to start thinking that it's, they're trying to capitalize on NFTs. Say they're part of the sector, or we're going to be, or we're planning to be, or we could be, or we want to be, or You see, now what we need a SPAC to come out and say, we are going to be buying this NFT company. That's what we need. And watch that SPAC go crazy for a while. Oh. Yeah, so I think what happened is this is just a symbol name change, John. Okay, so they changed their symbol. Looks like an IPO here. Not, of course. But that's, this seems to be. I cannot remember. Maybe it used to happen with the frequency in the past. I just can't remember. I cannot remember the frequency of these companies changing symbols. So they're trying to redefine themselves. I mean, it may have happened a lot in the past. I just don't recall. Well, guys, we're getting close. We're getting close. We're getting closer. I'm talking about JFIN. So this one, okay, CRTD, so it's halted, and if it's a 5-minute halt, it'll open at just opened. I was just going to put this up here, and it just opened. It was a 5-minute halt right on the to the second. And I was just going to say this is going to be a big open because I was looking at the bid ask. This is going to get halted again. If it continues like this, it'll get halted again. The new kid on the block for NFTs. Can somebody verify that for me though? Was that you, Zach? Seems to be. Well, why I'm asking is that I want to add it to the symbol list, but I kind of have to know if you can actually verify it somehow or somebody. I just can't. I don't see any specific news on it, but. Well, here comes TKAT coming right back up. CRTD leading the field though. I mean, look at that percentage gain, 41% now. I mean, I know this is on your list, real, but I don't know where I mean, we're up there, 781. Yeah, JFIN looks really. I mean, this won't take much to pop it through that Thursday high, and it's only 40 cents away. Volume coming in. It's in that article. Thank you, a dreamer. Okay, I'll take a look at that. Thank you for that. All right, guys. So before I do go, that promo code for 20% off, I'm 100% convinced it will not be around tomorrow. So to take advantage of it, right here. Okay, and just click on my home page, that link I put in right there. Click on the link and, oops, I'll click on it myself. And so just a little bit of a recap what you get from my homepage. So we get the trade of the week. Did not trigger, who knows, might trigger tomorrow. We don't know. That's Macy's. I've already done a little, it's not, I'm gonna have to change this. These are not daily recaps anymore. It's just like quick bursts, 2 to 3 minutes of looking at a stock. All the scans that I'm sharing right here, okay, including my layout. And the education links right here. The 20 lessons in 20 days. Daily support at in our YouTube channel from 12 to 1. Daily webinars Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. Sign up for them all right here. I'm racing through all these guys because you can save my link and do all this more or less at your leisure. A lot of education videos here. Very cool back to basics. If you're brand new to trading, literally starts off with what is a stock? I mean, you can't get any more basic than that. And some ebooks that we created. So again, all you have to do is save my link and you can have access, take a look at everything more or less, more at your leisure. Again, guys, Silver Sun Technologies, software publishers. Is this another one? I don't know. I really don't know. 763 is the next high looking left. So it's crazy low float. 1.6 million in the float. How do you know for sure, Lily? Not by looking at the profile, okay? That doesn't tell us anything. And I'm not saying it is. Yeah. All right, guys, we're getting close to the end. Are there any questions? Yeah, big topping tail. You're absolutely right for TKAT. This could signify the end for a while anyway. We've got a series of topping tails here. Same with the, I don't know if the same for J-fin, but yeah, same kind of thing, you know. We got some topping tails. Again, what does it mean? Oh, like look at this. I mean, the buyers almost had it through Thursday's high, almost. Well, you can't say this doesn't lack excitement. Whether it's crazy or not or it shouldn't happen doesn't really matter. No problem, tank. I hope you're impressed. I remembered. Yeah, actually, this is sort of almost a red bar ignored. Do I remember the collapse? You mean today or just in general? That day here, 1025 all the way down to 6. This should be a very interesting from 3 to 4 and then after hours for these. Not so much YVR, but you know the J-fin, especially if it takes out Thursday's high. Hanging in. It's hanging in. Yeah, I think tomorrow we'll see the reflection. We'll have in this blockchain crypto, we'll see NFTs in here. Okay, it'll actually say it though. Just talking to one of the guys at Trade Ideas, and they'll make that change. I think it's so. I think actually, I'm not sure if I actually reloaded. It might already show the change, but I think tomorrow for sure. Yeah, so I believe you can, NT Expert. You'll have to, when you go to if you right click on the alert window, configure, and then go to, I'm sorry. Right click, go to properties, and then actions, and then set up the sound, and then go to this area right here, custom sound, select. So I think if you put your own sound alerts in this folder, okay? You have to put them in this folder, then I'm sure you have access to them. Okay? Pretty sure you can. I've never done it, but okay, good. Okay, great. All right, everybody, I think that is it. I'm going to shut the room down now. I don't see any other questions. You just left click on the chart so that system knows. It doesn't matter if it's daily, whatever, a time frame. left click on the chart and then just start typing. Okay, once you start typing, the change symbol box should pop up. You click on change or enter on your keyboard. So left click on the chart. All that's doing, left clicking is just telling Trade Ideas you want to be in this chart, that's all. So left click and then just start typing. And that change symbol box should pop up. Okay, great. That doesn't look like it, guys. Yeah, JFIN doesn't look like it yet anyway. All right, everybody, exciting day. As always, so I'm going to shut the room down now. I will open it tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. So hope everybody has a great evening. Let me just get the gear. Great evening, and we'll see you tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Thank you, Chris.